Zone, and welcome to the classiest place on earth. My name's ClassyKatie, and yes, I sat here and waited for that epic solo at the end of the song, because who the fuck breaks the song? Good morning, everybody, or time zone, whatever. Who knows what time it is? How is everyone today? I hope you're doing abso-fucking-lutely fabulous. I cleaned the shit out of my bong. I'm gonna smoke some pot, because I'm really sober, and I just don't want to be. Oh my god, where is...
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
fucking men. Take your joy if you have joy to take. I take Lexapro because I'm bipolar, but you don't need to take joy. You can drink coffee if you like, or pot, or whatever. Whatever does it for you. But you deserve to feel okay today. Because fuck all that. Ooh, what kind of pasta did you make? Yum! Mmm. It is hot. Hot. I'm gonna pack a bowl. How's everyone doing today? I tackled makeup this morning and stabbed my eye on accident, obviously. And so I had to wash my face and redo all my makeup because it hurt really bad. So I'm sorry. Whatever. What are you gonna do? Life. Prestique Weed and Coffee. Amen. How are you, Melon? Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. You're a butt wizard of the highest order, and I challenge you to go forth and be consensual in every way. That's a really long.
That's 30 months, bitch. What the fuck?
Time, my dudes. Time. Macaroni and red pesto sauce with balsamic and a bunch of cheese. Yum. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I take 20 milligrams Lexapro. My doc is talking about getting me on a supplement of 10 milligrams of Wellbutrin. I've never been on anything else. I feel like I'm stupid lucky, really, because I didn't have to like go on a medication journey. Thank fuck. But seriously, like, your drugs don't work for you. Ask your doctor to change them, man. 100%. I hate you, dude. I hate me for it too. Trust me. Like, I remember when I was first diagnosed and got on Lexapro, I would have an alarm on my phone for 8 p.m. every night, and like from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m., I would just be sitting there staring at my phone waiting to take the Lexapro because it takes like 6 weeks for it to build up in your system enough to actually have an effect. It was crazy, man. I feel very fortunate because so many people, like, Liza has been on the fucking ringer for it. It's just terrible. You always have to advocate for yourself, abso-fucking-lutely, and you guys know that's what I'm all about, is like, your body, your choice, advocate for it. If anyone's having trouble with finding this right joy, ask your doc about a gene site test. What's that? It's the only way I got on an SNRI. SSRIs were just not working for me. 100%, totally sympathize. SSRIs, I feel like, are kind of a hit or miss. Like, from what I hear, it works for me. But I've heard from other people, like, especially penis holders, when you're on an SSRI, like, either you can't get hard or you can't come. And I don't know which one's worse, jerking off forever or not being able to jerk off at all. That would drive me even more insane. I would try a new drug. It's a test of your DNA to see which types of medicine work. Oh my god, they actually do that? That's kind of amazing. Wow. That's I didn't know science was there yet. That's kind of impressive. So if anybody cares what I'm smoking, it is, what did I grind up? Oh, it is London pound cake. I ground it up yesterday. It's yesterday's pot, and then I put a little crumble of blueberry live terp batter on top, which is 58.9% THC. If you care. I care. I think weed's fun. I need to move my monitor closer. Too blind for this game. Oh my god, how is Witch Queen? Do you love it? I'm finally going to change my joy meds after 5 years being on the same one. Hopefully it'll sort my shit out. I hope so too. I hope it's not terrible. Dude, these cookies, that's the brand? They're really good. I don't know if it's like all of them are a strain of cookies mixed with stuff, but cookies is like the brand of this specific whatever. I don't know. I don't know who gets to own a strain. Like, how do you bring? I don't know. Is it great? I have my eyes on it. I love Destiny. You guys know I love Destiny. I just got burnt out. I recently stopped taking Zoloft sertraline, excuse me, because my ADHD meds interacted with it. So far, so good. Still on like 4 different meds, but only one for a primary psychotic use. So that's progress. That's huge progress. And it's progress that you actually like notice there was a weird interaction and talk to your doctor about it. A lot of people, and I'm not saying it's their fault, like a lot of people, we're raised to, you twist your ankle on the court, wrap it up, and go back on the court kind of attitude. And so a lot of doctors will be like, just stick with it. It's gonna suck for a while, but it should mellow out. And we'll like stick with it forever and just like for years and be like, it'll mellow out. I'll feel better. Like, no, go talk to your doc. You deserve to feel good now. You don't have the cookies one? I don't know where it's from, actually. I don't know. Like, does weed cross state borders at all? I don't know. Does it say where it's from? Nope. Great. Good job. Literally, there's, like, it doesn't tell you where cookies is from anywhere. I'm assuming Colorado. I don't think shit can pass borders yet. Right? Mel, that's because you're already... Smell? Did I just call you Smell? Mel, that's because you're already high, honey. Zelda, look, I remembered. Hydrate before you die straight, motherfuckers. Something about cake, either cake batter or birthday cake. Birthday cake's pretty popular strain. That's a good one. I like cake strains. Cake strains, Cinderella strains, anything with Cinderella's in it is really good, in my opinion. Hello, Zelda, how are you, love? I couldn't not notice. It was making it feel like I'd taken 10 times my actual dose. What did that feel like? I don't even know what it does. Did you feel like a zombie? Wedding cake strain's really good, yes. Any strain with cake in it, I really like. I'm a big fan. It's very smooth. It's not gonna lock you onto the couch. You can still function. I like weed where not much weed will like knock me out anymore. But every once in a while I'll get a strain where I'm just like, oh. And I don't want that. I don't want to be a zombie. Thank you for the follow, Plucky Prairie Punch and Mala Dida. I'm sorry I missed your follow. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you. Take my breath away with your show. Show my fucked up family today. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I invite you and your brother to take your pants off, place your hand upon your genitals, enjoy your time streaming. I fucked it up. Enjoy your time here. I don't stream my pants on, therefore I invite you to do the same. Embrace your goddamn nudity. Let's smoke pot. Cheers if you like. If not, caffeine, water, whatever's your thing. I'm not a gatekeeper. Just a stoner. Cheers, everybody. Smooth shit, man. I swear to God, London pound cake is smooth. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is in weed that makes me cough versus not cough. But that shit's smooth. I'm glad, Zelda. Hello, Kinger. How are you, love? Cheers. Are the OG Kush strains? I really like Lilac Diesel. I'll always pick up if I see it there. Anything Cinderella, cake, blueberry's a good one. Blueberry's a hit or miss, though. Like, I really like blueberry, and I've heard from tons of people they love blueberry strains. But every once in a while, someone will say that blueberry strains make them anxious. I don't know why. I don't know. Like, weed is cultivated so, like, finitely anymore in these days that there is no CBD in your pot you're buying unless you're buying it specifically because you want CBD. It's all 0% these days. So back in the day, like, you'd say there's indica and then there's sativa weed. Sativa weed would, like, not put you to sleep, and indica weed would technically put you to sleep. And the difference, chemically speaking, was indica weed had a higher percentage of CBD in it naturally, but we've fucking bred it out. Like, we perfected the science of weed where there's no CBD in it anymore. So I have no idea what makes me sleepy, if it makes me sleepy, but it's every once in a while. Dude, Kinger, you deserve to be lazy. It's a Saturday. Oh, you're waiting on the Delta 8. Get this. It shipped from Ohio to the distribution hub in the city, then went back out to the West Coast. What? Okay. Sure. That makes sense. I'm sweaty. That hit made me hot. Super jittery, sweaty, unquenchable thirst, anxiety through the roof. Basically turned all the side effects up to 11? No! Looked into it afterwards, and there are case studies of the combination that was causing serotonin storm. Ugh, because the ADHD meds can massively increase the flood. Oh my God, that's so scary. I'm so happy you got that figured out. That shit is so scary. Holy shit. No, thank you. Nope. Nope. I can't with that. I never know what the fuck I'm smoking. Dude, I mean, when I was in Maryland, literally it was like, either it was good weed or terrible weed. That was basically the strain you got. Like, oh, I got a good strain this time. I know, I totally get it. There is differences in strains, though. Like, I want to say there's not, and it's all a gimmick, but there totally is. The taste, the flavor, the smell, the effects. Like, they really do. I mean, they have cultivated this product down to, like, a literal science. It's kind of cool. I've tried weed twice from random friends. First time I passed out. Second time I felt very sick. I'd love to try it again, but know nothing about it. So I love to take people on their first weed adventure because I don't want people to hate weed. Um, that being said, it's not everybody can handle weed or handle it. I guess it's not fun for everybody. Is how I would say it. Like there's some potheads out there that'll be like everybody can smoke weed. You just have to figure out what's your thing. Like I don't think that. Like some people are just gonna get paranoid. That being said, if you ever want to smoke, if you ever want to be high off of THC in one form or another, I highly suggest smoking. Period, because you get high extremely fast, and the longest you'll be stoned off of one hit is going to be 2 hours. Period. Like that's the absolute fucking longest you'll feel anything. Whereas edibles and a vapes are okay. However, there's something different about a weed vape and the flower. Like for a pothead like me, I smoke weed every day. If I do a vape, I don't get high. It feels like I took CBD for some reason. And I've heard that from many people that smoke pot. There's something different about it, but I don't know exactly what it is. Um, Edibles, you can't say like you can't generalize the human population with edibles because everyone's digestive system is so fucking unique and different to them. Like from the moment you're born, your digestive system grows with you and the bacteria form and mutate and to your diet and your lifestyle and all this shit. So like if you take an edible, like for me for instance, I could take a 500 milligram edible and feel nothing. Or I could take a 2.5 milligram microdose edible and be high for 3 days. You have no idea what an edible is going to do to you. And so it's like, if you don't get high regularly and you take an edible, it kicks in 30 minutes to 4 hours, you're going to be high for a very long time. So if you hate it, you're stuck. Whereas smoking, if you hate it, it's 2 hours max. You're going to get over it. You're going to get a little sleepy, take a nap and be done. I also suggest, this goes for every fucking human being. If you smoke pot, you should have CBD in your house. I have a jar of just the Wana CBD gummies, just straight CBD in my bedroom. So if you ever get too high, this has happened to me like twice in my life ever, but too stoned, like you're feeling kind of dizzy and kind of your heart rate's going up and you're getting a little panicky, you can take some CBD and it can neutralize those effects and bring you down. So if you want to try weed and you get a hold of some weed, get a hold of some CBD gummies. I know in the U.S., most places they're totally legal. Texas is Texas, so what are you going to do? I'm so sorry if you live in Texas. But everybody should have CBD, just in case. Like, nobody wants that feeling ever, that sweaty, heart racing, like, oh, I got too high feeling. Nobody likes that. Philadelphia, thank you. Thank you. I tried to do so. I actually had to do it twice today because I stabbed myself in the eye like an idiot. But this is not coming up the way it should in real life. Cameras and whatnot. I took a picture of a blue spotted octopus. I think blue ringed octopus. So they're like these tiny, cute, very beautiful octopus that are like heavily deadly, but they're gorgeous. They're like royal blue with neon yellow spots all over them. So I tried to do that, but it looks orange. Oh well. Whatever. It looks okay. Blue rings are no joke, dude. Okay, fuck, marry, kill. Black Widow, blue ringed octopus, or the Portuguese man of war. I'd fuck, marry, kill myself. No, thank you. Absolutely, Lizzie. I don't want people to have a bad time. I've heard so many horrible stories about people being tricked, like snuck edibles. Oh my God, get this story. This is the best, worst. This is a story I got from a friend of mine. They went to I'm just going to say the story as in no, I wasn't there and my friend wasn't there because I don't remember. But the story was this guy went to a party and he had never smoked pot before, never done edibles. And his friends thought it would be funny to put out a plate of pot cookies, like weed cookies, edible cookies. And he had no idea and he ate the entire fucking plate. God knows how many milligrams of edibles that was. but because he had no idea he ingested drugs and he started to heavily trip off of the edibles, he freaked out, and little did his friends know he's a fucking boxer, and he boxed the entire room to the floor. Let's not trick people with drugs. Even weed. Come the fuck on. Also, what a waste. Weed's expensive. Let's not. Oh yeah, like they got theirs. They got their fucking comeuppance. Like, what the fuck? I do not, like, I love weed more than most things in life, and I want everyone to love it, but I would never fucking do that to somebody. Can you imagine? I wouldn't want that to happen to me. I love weed. I would definitely know what was happening. Like, this was probably over a year ago, happened on stream. If you were here over a year ago, you'll remember this moment. In the morning, I had a migraine really bad, but we were streaming something important. There was something going on. I really, really wanted to stream, so I took a micro edible, a 2.5 milligram microdose edible, and started stream because my migraine started to go away, but I didn't feel stoned or anything, and I was just chilling here streaming, and all of a sudden, it was like, that's all I could say. I can't really explain what happened. My vision kind of got lazy. You know when you relax your eyes and you can, like, double your vision? Can anybody do that? Like, just get really lazy and not focus on anything and double. It did that, and everything went, and I sat here for, like, for me, it felt like 10 minutes in silence, but it was probably a couple seconds, and I was like, oh my God, you guys, the edible kicked in. Because you just don't know. Like, it's going to kick in 2 hours, 30 minutes. I've taken edibles and been high the next morning. I've taken edibles, felt nothing. Like, it's such a, oh, you shocked me every time. It's a crapshoot. Nimmy. Meebo, bitch. Thank you for those biddies. And Nimmy, wow, that's a long sub.
Thank you for subscribing to the channel for a lifetime. I appreciate you.
Thank you. So can I just die at that point? Yeah, that's what I would choose. There's a partial agonist of cannabinoid receptors in CBD and an inverse agonist, so you can moderate the effects of THC. It's kind of amazing. I mean, it's legit. Like, I've done it. Like, I've smoked. Back in the day when I lived in Maryland, the dude I was living with hated the smell of pot, which I totally respect. Pot does not smell good. So I didn't smoke in the house at all. I smoked outside. So what I would do is on my breaks from stream, I would go out on my patio and fucking roast a whole bowl and then go back in the basement and stream for 3 hours, go outside. And one time I did that and just rocked myself. I took a couple CBD gummies and I swear in an hour, I was still high, but I felt normal high. Not like I'm going to choke on my own tongue high. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. That's why I don't drink. I've never wanted to, like, I don't want to lose my facilities, my facilitoires in any way. Like, I want to be present, and what do you want? That's my standard poodle, Lilith. She's very creepy. Those are not good friends. I agree 100%. How terrible. How fucking terrible. What if you fuck all of them and they all sort of cancel each other out? What if we let all of them fuck each other? No. We'd get some super animal. Some giant water spider. Oh, crabs. We'd get poisonous crabs. No, thank you. I get that when I'm getting a Chiari migraine. My cerebral spinal fluid bloats up my brain, and I get dizzy, and vision all goes narrow and blurry. I get that kind of when I get migraines, a little bit. I get what people call an aura, but it's not like people glow. I get these weird light spots in my vision all of a sudden, and no pain, but in a couple hours, I'll definitely have a migraine. Like, it's always does it. But I have no idea. There's no trigger. Like, it's just all of a sudden, light spots. And I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you for the biddies, Meebo.
Hail satanic lovers.
I feel very fortunate to live in Austin, Texas, and very close to multiple CBD THC shops. Me too. I live in Colorado, but same. My weed shop that I go to all the time is literally like 2 miles from my house. I ride my bike in the summer. Like, I feel, because I lived in Baltimore for quite some time, and it's easy to get weed in illegal states. Like, it's not hard, and what do you want from me? I'm pretty positive most cops are not looking for the girl with half an ounce of weed in her car, you know? I never had a problem. But it's always in the back of your head, that anxiety of, I'm doing something I could get a felony for. Smoking weed is going to give me a felony. Like, it's always kind of in the back of your head a little bit, and it's really nice not to have that anymore. That fucking just little nagging, like, what if I get drug tested? What if, you know? Yes, ma'am? I don't know what she wants from me. What? You're so awkward. Oh, Banana, thank you. How are you? Good time zone. It's not morning for us. Damn. She's a good dog. She's just very clingy. I don't know if I let him out right before stream. You think they need a wee already? I've only been live for like 30 minutes. Do you need to go potty? God damn it, they do need to go potty. Okay. Normally, I don't take a break this early, but I don't know. Did you forget your weed or coffee or something? Get up and get it. I guess my dogs have to pee, and unfortunately, you know, I'm the one. So I'm just going to walk 12 feet across the house and let him in the yard real quick, and I'm going to run a 3-minute ad chunk. That's it. If you don't sub to my channel, some ads will pop up. Get up and stretch your legs. It's only 3 minutes. I swear to fuck. It just keeps Twitch alive. I don't make any money off it. It's just, I just don't want Twitch to go down because this is my job. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Get up, stretch your legs. If you haven't stretched in a bit, load a bowl, get some coffee or water. If you haven't hydrated. And yeah, I'm gonna go piss my poodles. Alliteration's fun. That song fucking slaps. In Seattle, Washington, the cops were doing that for years before we went legal. Hell, we had a yearly festival called Hempfest. Dude. Hempfest, I've been going to since I was born. Since I was like 5 or something. When was the first time my parents took me to Hempfest? My mom thought Hempfest was like going to be an arts fair. So she took the whole family. It was fucking hilarious. And here I am today. So I have had a twitching eye muscle now for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Right here. You can't see it. It's not a major twitch. It's like in my brow, right on top of my brow bone right here. And I want to scream. It is so annoying. I just forget about it, and then suddenly I'll realize it's still happening, and I haven't had it cake in years. I cannot honestly remember the last time I had an eye twitch. It's been so long, and this one's been like weeks now, and I just want to like stab my eye really bad right here. It's right where my piercing is, like that whole muscle. It's so weird. Is that a cover of Enemy? Oh, this song, the song you're listening to is from the Bastion soundtrack, the game Bastion by Supergiant. It's really, really good game. Really beautiful soundtrack. Oh my god, is this the mini bong? Let me see. Is it? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's adorable. That's like perfect size, honestly. I think. I have a lot of those. You probably can't see them. They're on a shelf back there, but those are basically that size. Is the exact size of all the smaller versions of the Hemper bongs. So like this, if you buy a Hemper bong, I'm not selling it, just saying. If you click on the picture that oh my god, I almost sneezed. Kino just posted. That size is like, this is the XL, but if you go to Hemper and you get the smaller versions, that's the exact size. I love those ones. They are literally like perfect size for a single, like just a person chilling at their desk with a bong. I think. I love those bongs. And they're so, like, portable. I've heard potassium can help. Me too. I ate an avocado, which has, like, 50 times as much potassium as a banana, and it didn't do anything. You'd have to have 28 plus for them to even consider giving a shit unless they caught you actively selling it. Yeah, I remember when I lived in Baltimore. Get this. When I lived in Baltimore, I was a kingpin because we had a gun. My ex had a rifle under the bed that he went hunting with a couple times. We weren't gun people by any means. But in Maryland, if you have over an ounce of weed, and granted, it's decriminalized now. This was a couple years ago, many years, more than a couple. I don't know. COVID removed time from my brain, so I have no concept anymore. But if you had over an ounce of weed and a firearm in your house, you were considered a kingpin, which was mildly terrifying. I was also growing 6 plants in my basement. Did I show you guys I got seeds on my weed? Some good ones, man. A lot. I was a little mad about it, but not really. I'm only mad if the seeds are shitty because I can actually grow these. These are like, if you don't know, it's a fun little weed lesson that my weed heads in chat actually taught me. If the seeds are white, they're not viable. I don't know if these will even come up on camera because they're so small. But you can see these ones, they have like little striations on them. They have like little squiggly lines, and that means they're fertilized. And I can plant them. So I thought about growing some pot. Why not? It's legal. I couldn't grow very many, but I could grow a couple. Meebo, thank you for the biddies, you crazy bitch. What are days? I have no idea. They're gone. I, like, honestly, my whole life before college, basically, the way I would gauge time and, like, how old I was when something happened was what house I was living in at the time because we moved so often. And then from college on, it was, like, traveling. Like, what year did I go to Greece? Okay, now I can figure out what year I did this. What year did I go to Italy? But because of COVID and all this shit, I have not been on a plane or left Colorado in 2 years. And I'm kind of going crazy. Like, there's no time markers. I have nothing. I'm just drowning in time, I guess. Ooh, I want to see. Dude. I like that piece. That's really nice. It's unique. Is it hard to clean? Spiff? It doesn't look hard to clean. It looks really cool. Did I pause the music? On accident. My bad. Sorry. Hello, little baby Harley Quinn. Little squishy, cheeky, cute blobs. Give all the love for me. You gonna travel this year? I don't know. I know I'm safe. Like, it's not that I'm terrified I'm gonna get COVID and die. I'm vaccinated. I'm fine. But would I enjoy a vacation where like half the world's closed down and I'm worried? Like, it's in the back of my head, you know? I can still get COVID. I'll get sick. I won't die. But I mean, the US just lifted all mask restrictions on all states. Like, we have no mask restrictions anymore, but the disease is definitely still there. My mom says her hospital still has a bunch of COVID patients on ventilators. So, yeah, Brilla, let me give you a permis. Man, Twitch chat's being annoying lately. Or maybe it's my computer. I don't know. Permis. Normally, I can just, like, click a username and a little box pops up and I can permit or whatever. And lately, it takes, like, 3 clicks to get anything to come up. It just comes up a black box. It's weird. I don't know. It's definitely a let it rip tactic, but good thing for capitalism, yeah. I mean, that's the excuse. For those of you who don't know, is the excuse is they don't want our economy to crash anymore. The pictures load. Oh my God, is that Philip DeFranco with his dog? Stop it. I watched this video. Is there anything more heartwarming? That is so sweet. Oh my God. Is it? Okay, I mean, I don't want Twitch to be a bitch, but I'm glad it's not just me. You know, you guys know me and my fucking technology problems. I'm always worried it's me. I'm like, is it my computer? Because it's fine until I'm on Twitch, and then it's weird. I wear my mask everywhere just because even if I'm gonna live, I don't want to get sick. Who here, raise your hand if you like being sick, even if it's not deadly. Nobody. I don't want to get sick. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. So hard. I've been watching Philip DeFranco since he was in his girlfriend's basement, man. He might be him, Jenna Marbles, rest in peace. I love her so much. I wish she would come back, but I understand why she doesn't. And oh God, there's a makeup person I've been watching. Those 3 people I've been watching a Glam and Gore since the dawn of YouTube. It's weird. When he was, yes, oh my God, when it was just the monkey, what's going on, you bastards, blah, 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 yeah, all the time, yep. I really like him because he's so real. Like, Phil has never, even though he obviously makes good money and he's successful now, he doesn't act like it. Like, nothing he does comes off like he's making billions of dollars and rolling in Teslas. Like, he's just still a fucking heated person, and I love it. Washington lifts in March? God, that's weird. Have you heard of Mark Ribier? Yes. I was like, I think like live on the internet when he put up his very first video ever and someone shared it. I've been obsessed with him ever since. Yeah, he's fantastic. The theme tune, oh yeah. I'm not gonna try to do it because I'll fuck it up, but it's been a while. If it gets me out of work, yes. See, being sick is just, I could still work, it's just miserable. I don't work well sick. He's headlining Red Rocks? Shut up. That's amazing. I guarantee I'll never get a ticket. They sell out. Like, I've learned my lesson. Red Rocks tickets are dumb. Mark's wake up bitch get up is my alarm in the morning. Shut up. Is it really? I love his songs. They're so fucking funny. Does he have a label yet? I hope not. I hope he never gets a label so we can just listen to his music. Is that so sad? I don't want to like, I don't wish no good fortune on him, but like, I just want to still listen to the music. That's fucking great. It's all of your alarms. Shut up. My alarm is a random, so I can't have the same sound every day for an alarm in the morning because I'll grow to hate it. I actually watched a movie really recently where their phone rang, and it was an older movie, like in the last 10 years. It was an older iPhone that rang, and their ringtone was the alarm I used to have in college, all through college. And all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I just got so uncomfortable. I was like, I know, please, I never want to hear that sound ever again in my entire existence. So I have it so my phone plays from this huge playlist of songs it's like all oldies from BioShock. I can't remember what it's called, but it's just all like the radio music and shit, all that 40s stuff you hear from BioShock. So every day it's a different song because otherwise I would go crazy. It would make me hate whatever the sound was. Oh yeah, Cake. Oh my god, what was I watching? Something again. I watched something recently, but it was an older show in an old hospital, and the hospital phone rang, and all like my whole body just was like, because it was the exact fucking hospital phone that every hospital I've ever worked in has. It's a very distinct, like, kind of bit tune ring on the bone phones. If anybody worked in hospitals with the bone phones, oh my fucking Christ, that sound, it was just the worst because it's like when that sound goes off, you think someone's dying, and so when it went off in the show, my body reacted like someone was dying. I shouldn't laugh about death. I'm laughing at my inadequacy as a human. It's okay. My eye is twitching. I'm gonna go crazy. He got you on Twitch? Nah, that's fucking great. Phil did? That's fucking awesome. Philadelphia by night. Welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucked happy to meet you. Take my breath away with you. Show my fucked up family today. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I invite you in your bed and take your pants off. Place your hand in a bunch of gels and enjoy your time here in the swim pants on the front. I invite you to say, embrace your goddamn nudity, mother fluffer. Every hole is gold and yours is golden. Thank you for that follow. I hope you enjoy. We have a good time. We do nothing specific. Sometimes, like once a year, I'll play a video game. Oh, it's terrible. 4th cup, 5th cup, 6th cup. Don't give a goddamn gotta get my energy up. Amen. Cheers. Welcome to the shit show. Such a fitting cup. If I hear the screaming, got my blood pressure immediately raises. Ugh. Screaming goat is my text tone when I'm on a call. Oh my god, my text tone is the what are they from Star Wars? The ooh ooh ee ee guys in the desert. Oh my god, what are they called? They just it was like on the tip of my tongue and went away as soon as I wanted to say it out loud. Jawas, Jesus Christ. I was like, they're Raiders. They're the Raiders. They're the something Raiders. That's my text tone on my phone, if it makes sound. Yeah, Tuscan, thank you. Jesus Christ. I just watched that movie like a week ago. Like while I was sick, I watched it. Maybe that's why I couldn't remember. Yeah, thanks, guys. Brain fart. That's my text tone. Literally, though, I'd say 99.9% of my life, my phone is on bone silent. I don't even let it vibrate. I look at it enough. Like, I don't need it interrupting my quiet time. You know what I mean? I'm composed. Repost. Mark is headlining Red Rocks in October. Oh, I know. Someone said it. Who said it? Someone said it. It's exciting, but I will never get a ticket before the scalpers, and I will never pay $500 for a ticket for a concert. I can't. I can't like morally bring my body to do that. I just can't do it. Nine Inch Nails, I can't even stomach those. Those are like $350 a piece. I can't do it. I wouldn't even go. It's 2 hours, maybe 2 hours of music for so much money. It's all going to scalping companies, you know? Just crazy. My phone just puts itself on mute. It knows it's owned by a millennial. Is that a millennial thing? Do we all have muted phones? I hope not. It drives my parents insane. My mom's like, you never pick up. I'm like, I will call you back on my time. Just because I own a cell phone doesn't mean you have the right to like my attention 24/7, 365. I got shit to do, you know? I will call back. Us millennials spend pounds on phone ringtones, and oh my god, I saw that. That was a meme. A couple weeks ago, it wasn't exactly that. It was a meme. It was like, spends thousands on ringtones, leaves phone on silent forever, something like that. It was hilarious. I identified hard. Have I told you what we're going to do for my Chihuahua's 15th birthday? No, but you must tell me now. It's only $45 and it's on sale. Who else is playing? I might have to look at it. I'm going to write it down. The Nine Inch Nails tickets really crushed me. For those of you who don't know, or new to my channel or my community or whatever, Nine Inch Nails is like my forever band. They've been my favorite band forever and ever and ever. And they're touring for the first time since 2018. And I tried to get tickets, and they were gone within seconds by scalpers, and the scalpers jacked up the price 4 times. Like, they went from $150 a piece to around $500 to $600 a piece. No. And it crushed my heart. Like, I took a day off to sit and stare at my computer and sit in a queue to try to get these tickets. I was so mad. I'm just gonna write Mark R. Red Rocks. Because he'd probably be amazing to see live. And Red Rocks is a really cool venue. I have got to go a couple times, but it's been for shows that did not cost $500. That's what I'm saying, Brandon. Like, a million different experiences could be had for that much money. It's just so, I mean, that's rent, you know? Like, I just can't stomach it. If you want to call me to talk, text me first. 100% agree. 100%. 100%. If you need to talk, text me and see if I'm free before you get pissed off that I don't answer my cell phone every moment of every day. Maybe. I don't know. It's like people that knock on your door without texting you first. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not going to answer my door. Who are you? Oh, my mom does that, Lizzie. Oh, you're alive. Hello, daughter. She always acts so like, oh, I don't have anything to say. I don't do anything. I tunnel vision, admittedly. No, I totally get that. I'm just curious. Like, honestly, I would pay that much just to see Mark Ribier. I'm just curious if it's going to be, like, terrible music or tolerable. Like, is Counting Crows on the list? Because I don't want to go. Good morning, Mark. And was your fucking jam? Dude, to this day, they're my fucking jam. I love Trent. He's just an artist. He's so good. Every movie he does a score for, even if I don't know it's him, I can, like, hear it, and I'll be like, wait a minute. And I have to Google it while I'm watching the movie, and I'm like, fuck yeah, it's Trent and Atticus. Of course it is. They're, like, in my blood. I just tell people they should treat my phone as though it's a house phone. Mobile phones were a mistake. I love having a mobile phone once in a while, but I completely agree in that it gave us, like, this. Not any of my friends really do this. I don't see any people, like, my age do this, but like, my parents. It's like, because this exists, if they text me and I don't text back within 30 minutes, it's like a personal offense. Or if I don't, answer my phone every time they call me, and it's like, this isn't a right to my 24/7. You know what I mean? Like, I have shit to do. I was actually just telling that to Mark the other day. My parents will get pissed because, like, I won't answer a text for a couple hours, and I'll be like, oh, I was reading a book, and they'll be like, you were reading for 2 hours? Yeah. And you didn't think to look at your phone? It was a good book? Like, that shouldn't be offensive. It's very weird. It's so weird. Like, it's a weird. We live in a weird world. I don't have much of a life, but I do have things I do that don't involve my phone. I know most people stare at their phones all the time, but I don't. It's strange. A lot. I stare at it a lot, but not all the time. Cold, slower going salmon butter, cheese, and garlic. Oh my god, yum. Honestly, that's the only way I really enjoy salmon. Not a huge salmon fan for having lived in Washington a lot. We're gonna throw her a quinceanera. She's gonna get a pretty princess. Shut the fuck up. You're getting her a party dress. I'm gonna make her little doggy tamales, and my friend always bakes her a dog-friendly cake. She's gonna try a tres leche cake for a dog. Shut the fuck up. Tres leche, excuse me. That's the sexiest thing I've ever heard. Smoker, not a. I thought you meant maybe slow cooker. Smoker's even better. It's cool. I work around the text. It's fine. I'm a terrible typer, so I totally get it. It's totally cool. Ooh, Lizzie, I'm reading a really good one right now. It's called. Oh my god, I have to think. I'm real bad with titles. Fuck. It's like The Unseen Visitor or The Unseen something, but it's like a Victorian gothic horror kind of novel. And this woman, so far in the book, this woman is pregnant and her husband dies while she's pregnant. And she has to move into this big house all by herself that was like his family's, but it's like a big Victorian, they have some wealth, not billionaires, but some old money wealth. And things happen in the house. It's really good. I'll have to go get it on my break and tell you guys the actual title of it. It's creepy though. I like books that are like suspensey. They keep me going. We live in a weird world where people feel entitled to other people's time. It's strange. I love I feel honored if someone wants to like give me their time. Like that's a gift. But I would never like push someone into giving me their time or make someone feel bad because they chose not to at that exact fucking moment. And that's the weirdest part. It's not that I'm like ignoring my mom forever. I just call her back in a couple hours. It's just I'm doing something, I don't know. Maybe I'm old. Hell drivers? Ooh. Hold on, I gotta write it down. I'll forget. I have a terrible brain. Oh my lord, Katie. If you like kind of suspense horror novels, one of the best I've read in the past couple years, I actually got Vissy to read too, and she really liked it. It's called My Best Friend's Exorcism. And actually, I think I have it on the bookshelf right next to me. Hold on. This book is so good. It is a horror, like it's not a young adult book. It's by Grady Hendrix. Hold on. It's by Grady Hendrix, and it's My Best Friend's Exorcism. And honestly, I picked it because the book, the way they did the cover and everything, it looks like an old VHS. I'm gonna show it to you. It's really cool. But the book's really well done. I really liked it. It's very creepy. It's very much like The Exorcism, like serious, dark, but it's about like teenage girls. But it's not a young adult book. I have to repeat that. I have nothing against young adult books, but it is not. There is no love story or anything like that. There's no like, side romance that you're gonna finger yourself to later. It's gross, but the book look at the like. This is how the book looks. I treat my books well. This is not from me, just FYI before someone attacks me. But this is how they made the book look. Like literally, stop it. It's fantastic. I actually think it says rewind on it somewhere too. Yeah, there it is. Be kind and rewind for those of you who remember VHS tapes. Really good book. I enjoyed it a lot. I might read it again. It's dark though. I mean, it is not a happy story. Good though. I really liked it. It's a good one, Brandon. I like it a lot. I mean, it's rare that you find a book that you can be like, oh yeah, it's about teenage girls and an exorcism that isn't a young adult book. Like most books these days, if they involve magic, vampires, werewolves, anything like that, it's going to be in the young adult section and there's going to be some cheesy romance in it or something. Not at all. So not this book, but very good. I know. I love a good cover. Like look, even the spine, like the whole thing is incorporated. I'm a sucker for someone who actually thinks about the cover of their book. No offense to people that just pick a color and stick a symbol on the middle and call it good, but come on. This is for someone who's going to keep it on their bookshelf. Like, I love this shit. I eat it up. But the book was really good, too. I do choose books by their covers on occasion. What are you going to do? Sometimes you get a winner. I found a podcast you would love. All Kill... What? All Kin No... All Kilanophila. Phila? The two women on it go through serial killers, but they're fucking fantastic. Ooh. Is it like psychology based? I've pretty much listened to like I wouldn't say I don't listen to a lot of podcasts, but I have read about, watched, and or listened to every like mysterious murder story that's ever existed because I grew up in Washington State, and most of them happened in Washington State. We're just like raised with, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Green River Killer. It's just Washington State kind of things. But I love the psychology portion. That's something people don't really go into. All these podcasts, they love to just retell a story over and over. But let's dig into what the fuck went on inside. That's the shit that gets me. All killa, no filla. Okay, thank you. I thought it was gonna be like a phobia thing, like some. That's why I tried to say it as one word. I'll look it up though. I love that shit. I have the original scary stories to tell in the dark. So do I. I love them. Those are easily some of the scariest stories I've ever read. I have a good story about those books. Not a story, but this is how I read them, which is great. I'm gonna smoke pot first. Let's cheers. When I was really young, before my dad died. See, this is how I can like the story of my life is by what house I lived in and before or after my dad died. This is how I like timeline my life. This is why the past 2 years nothing has happened. It's just terrible. We lived in eastern Washington State, which is desolate to say the least. There's like one city of Spokane, and the rest of it is like large trailer parks with gas stations and churches and bars. And a lot of people in eastern Washington, like to this day, don't have power, and they just live that way. There's a lot of land. This is why there's so many serial killers in Washington State, theoretically, because there's so much land that's untouched and unlived on and is just completely barren. Like, I can't remember the exact number, like the statistic, but the vast majority of people in Washington State live on the west side, live in the west, like eighth of the state. The rest of the state is pretty much nobody. Like, if you live east of the mountains anywhere, we all have the same area code on our phone. If you have 509 on your phone number, you're from Eastern Washington. Anywhere in Eastern Washington, like 80% of the state has the same area code for their phone number because there's no people. So when we lived in this town called Chewelah, Washington, I had a good friend, and the reason I knew this girl is because we owned a motel at the time, and her mom would drive out of the mountains to come to our motel to shower because they had no power, no running water, no nothing. They literally walked outside to an outhouse to shit. And she was really cool. Her name was Odessa. We're still friends to this day, which is crazy, considering how much I moved. But I would go to her house and spend the night. It was like camping. Like, I loved going to her house because we literally read by candlelight at nighttime, and her mom made us quesadillas on the top of a wood fire stove. It was wild. Like, and these people choose to live this way because they want to be off the grid. They want nothing to do with society. Like, they do this on purpose. And I was at her house, and because they have no electricity, no nothing, they had so many books. I mean, they had walls of bookshelves because Odessa and her mom just lived off reading and doing art projects and shit all the time. And so everybody passed out. I've always been a night owl, so I just started like going through the bookshelf, and I found scary stories to tell in the dark on this fucking bookshelf. And I was probably like 5 or 6 years old at this time. Had to be, because my dad died when I was 7 and he was alive still. And I chose to sit there and read one, and I read all 3 books that night by a candle by myself in a house with no electricity or running water. Like, that dead silence. You know the silence I'm talking about. The kind of silence where there's no people nearby. Like, there's nothing. There's no hum. It's that when your power goes out, that like creepy, still shit. I don't know if there's a better environment to read those books in, but I still love them. Like, I don't think they're scary enough to ruin me. I still really enjoy reading them, but it was, I was laying on the floor on like their hardwood floor in a sleeping bag with a candle, like in the middle of their living room. It was so weird, but it was really fun. I loved going to their house other than having to go outside to take a shit. That was the worst. And like half of their house wasn't finished. So if you went into Odessa's room, she actually had another door in her bedroom that you could open, and it was just a drop off 2 stories to the ground where you would drop and die and fall. It was a very bizarre house. Cool people though. I love artsy people. Oh, it was very creepy. It was, I like Elle, I can't think of another way to read those books though. Like, I don't know how anyone else read them, but if you haven't read them without electricity by candlelight, you should. They might make you this. Oh, as of the 2020 census, Washington State was home to 6 million people. of the state's total. Wait. Washington State was home to 6 million of the state's total 7. Oh, Western Washington. Wow, I was skipping a word over and over. I was like, I know I'm doing this wrong. Western Washington. Okay, so get this. So if you look at Washington State on a map, it's a pretty big state. It's one of the bigger states of the lower 48. And the whole state has 7.7 million people. 6 million of them live in the western side. So if that doesn't give you an example of the desolation I grew up in, there you go. That's great. I had no idea it was that drastic. Honestly, I thought it was less. That's wild. At the cottage alone on the island, literally, it was called, where they lived was called the Valley, and it was up in the mountains from this tiny town called Chewelah. And the only people that lived out there were like natives. There was a lot of natives that lived out there. These are the people I've told you guys about how I got to go do like figure out what my spirit animal was with a bunch of shamans in the woods. That was this family. Like they took me with their native family out into the woods with no electricity, and they had this huge circle with rocks placed in particular places and sticks and logs, and like you would follow the logs and the sticks based on what time you were born and what day, and then you would land on a rock and that would tell you your spirit animal. It was wild. Wild. A cougar, that's what I got, was a fucking mountain lion. I don't know if that's my spirit animal. I don't know if those are real, but I remember I got a cougar. I was the coolest one because like my sister, everybody else got, I don't know, remember who was who, but I remember someone got an otter, which was cool. I think otters are cool. I think Odessa got an otter. My mom like got a snow goose, and I think my sister was a deer. I was like, bitches, I eat all you motherfuckers. It was really, I mean, imagine being 6 doing that with your parents, and like, it was a legit powwow. Like they had the fire and the dancing, and I mean, but it was out in the woods. Like this was not a publicized event. It wasn't something, news reporters would put on the news and be like, Chewelah natives. It was secret shit. Like it was weird. There's a lot of that out there though. Like my mom was friends with all these hippies that would go out on full moons and dance naked under the full moon, like legit, and like free bleed with each other and stuff. There's a lot of that in Eastern Washington. It's a lot of free living. If you drive through Chewelah, if you're coming from the Spokane, if you're coming from the west, um, at the very beginning of the town, there's a motel called the 49er Motel, and that's what my parents owned. And my dad died in it at the age of 49. Ooh. Cheers. I love rabbits so much more. I want to be a rabbit. Hi, Mickey. How are you, love? Mickey, I have to tell you, your trick worked for me already in one day. This morning, one of my labels came off a spider cage, and I thought to myself, Homo sapiens. And it worked. Genus species. Genus species. How come no one else taught me that trick? How come no one's taught me that trick before? Bastards. Excuse me. Cheers. Mine died at 50? No shit. What did your dad die of? Have we talked about this? Was your dad a boozer too? I feel like we have. This feels familiar. Hi, Cocky. Cheers, lover. I used to drive through there when I was going to my sister's house in Kettle Falls. My parents and I would spend the night in Spokane and then drive to Kettle Falls. Ugh. I'm so sorry. Have you ever stayed in that tiny ass motel in Kettle Falls? This is such a weird conversation. This is probably only for Spiffy, but there is in Kettle Falls, there's a tiny, tiny little hunter's motel. And I mean, when you rent a room, the room is going to be smaller than any room you've ever seen in your life. Like when you walk in, the bed is up against the shower and the door you walk into. It's pretty it's elegant. You have to see one someday. They don't have shower curtains. Like when you shower, the water just goes all over your bed because they assume you don't care. uh, it's fake news, Brandon. Fake news. I honestly like it is so rare that I hear of someone who has a present, active father. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I know a lot of you are dads in chat. Like, keep on keeping on. But holy shit. Like, for instance, I have yet to be in a relationship with a human being who has a living father. And I'm not doing this on purpose. Everyone I end up dating, their dad is dead or like absent. And mine included. I think they're fake news. I don't know what happens. Like, dads in chat, do better. I know you will, but like I'm just gonna say it to just put a point on it. Sales, I don't know. I don't get it. Zeke's been playing a shit ton of it. Like, I see him on his laptop in bed playing it all night long. It looks fun, but it's so fucking ugly. Like, the color palette is my nana's mustard yellow couch that her brother died on of a heroin overdose, with the stain included. Why? With all of the beautiful colors in the world, why do games go brown? To each their own. I wish. I want to like it, but everybody seems to love it. Love it, dude. Get into it. I've been playing Horizon Zero Dawn. That's a really fun game. Your dad's 65? Oh my god, your dad is so young. Well, my dad was really old, though. My dad was 8 years older than my mom. He died when he was 49, and I was 7. Let me do mental math. I'm not 34 yet. 26 years ago? Yeah. Damn. But yeah, he would be, what would he be today? What's that? 49, 69, 75? Wow. My dad would have been 75 this year. That being said, I am the second to youngest of 8. So. You did, Brandon? Oh my god, I want to meet them. I have to teach 13-year-olds taxonomy, Katie. It has to be simple. I mean, they've been trying to drill that shit into me for how many years now? And I've always, like, I just mix them up. I know what a fucking species is. I know what a fucking genus is. But when you put the words together, for some reason, my brain could never line that up. And I created tricks like that for myself. I still do it to this day. My whole life, I've done like that. Little word tricks just to get myself to remember shit. And I'm pissed that we don't have that here. I'm going to spread it like wildfire every time a kid wants to know about science. Because it's fantastic. It's so good. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about. So I have a lot of tarantulas, and I call them by their Latin names because their true names are bullshit. True names meaning like their common names. So like a black widow. That's the common name. Realistically, there are many types of black widows in the world, and they have different scientific names. And they usually have 2 scientific names stating the genus and the species. So the first word genus, second word species. Which I know the 2 words. Like, I know that it's Poecilotheria metallica. But if you ask me which one was genus and which one was species, I would fuck it up every single time for some reason. And Mickey yesterday was like, think of it this way: Homo sapiens, sapiens, species. Genus, species, Homo sapiens. Boom. It's locked in forever now. And why I'm just pissed I didn't have that for 33 years of my life. I take it personally. But I got it now. But I've always like if I'm gonna type out the word Wednesday, in my mind I have to say Wednesday. Does anybody else do that? I have to. The word thoroughly, for some reason, my entire life trips me the fuck up. So in my mind I have to say thou roughly. Thou roughly is how you spell thoroughly. But when I spell it, I gotta go thou roughly. Otherwise, I'll spell it wrong every fucking time. Really, I'm glad I'm not alone with the Wednesday. It's such a dumb word. All to get her. Yep. All the time. It's terrible. And I'm not bad at grammar. I'm actually pretty decent with like punctuation and grammar and stuff. I didn't find that difficult in school. But there are some words that my brain is like, logically, that's a no. Nope. Knife, gnome. All of them, all of the above. Fiata, what's up, honey bean? Are we cheersing? Hold up. Metallica's genius. Well, seriously, isn't that a cool name though? I think it might be one of the in terms of words that we understand as common humans, the Poecilotheria metallica is the coolest name. But some of them, like Dolichothele diamentinensis, I think it's actually diamentinensis. That's one of them. It's actually a dwarf species. One of the smallest tarantulas in the world. Has the most complicated fucking name ever. There's a new kind of, it's not new, but they reclassified a genus of tarantulas from Brachypelma to Tleiltocatl. I'll spell it in chat for you so you can see what it looks like. That's the word. That's the genus word. So I have a Tleiltocatl verdezi. I mean, the names are hilariously cool, but like they don't mean anything. Whereas Metallica, like, come the fuck on. My eye is twitching. I'm going to scream. I did, Spiffy. I did. It's amazing. It sounds like literally the best idea ever. I've had an eye twitch for like 3 weeks now. And when I notice it, I just got to put my finger on it and tell it, no, not today. It's driving me fucking crazy. I hate it. Try putting mascara on with an eye twitch. I dare you. Don't do it, please. Don't be me. Of course, dude. The word course, like COURSE, it trips me up. That word and the word put, PUT. Every once in a while, I'll be reading a book and come across that word, and my brain has to stop and question existence. I don't know why. It's why. I read all the time. It's not like I don't cross these words. The twitch, it's real though. I'm living with it. You can't see it. It's so small. It's not a major twitch. It's like right here. But I can feel it. I've done everything. Cold compress, hot compress, boiled water. I've done everything. It's still here. I have hours and hours to make up for. That's okay. I don't see a problem. I actually gave everyone the speech about keeping CBD in the house in case they get too high this morning, so they're ready. Hopefully. Wait. I missed Mickey's. About knife. Wait. My chat just jumped. Oh, knife is easy for Dane as you loaned it for us. Nev equals Norse for knife. Niv, knife. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. I learned, what was it? Oh, I looked up the root of blackmail the other day. I don't know. Oh, I was watching, what is the name of the movie? Nightmare Alley. It's the new Guillermo del Toro movie. Wow, Katie. And, there's a blackmail plot in it. They just kept saying it over and over. So I was like, I am bored. I'm gonna look up the root of blackmail. It's also Norse. I thought it was interesting. I can't remember the details of it, but yeah, it's like Norse. It's half Norse and half Scottish. It's a broken into two, and the two words, I don't know. The black part was from Scottish. They called the people that would raid you at the borders something that had to do with Black Knight or Black something, and then the male part comes from y'all. Y'all. We rattled. How are you, love? Oh my god, I found the coolest donut neon sign online the other night. It was literally a chocolate drippy neon sign donut, but it was like $300. Absolutely not. Can't do it. Yeah, I don't see a problem. I've already smoked like half a bowl this morning with Keef on it. We're getting there. One word that fucks me up every time, and I don't know why it's necessary. Absolutely. I fuck up how many S's and how many S's every time. Necessary, what's another one? Any word that has multiples of like duplicate letters in it, I'll fuck it up every time. Assimilation's one of them. I always question myself. What I do, honestly, I cheat all the time with my phone, is I use the voice to chat or whatever in the Google bar, and I just say the word, and then it spells it for me. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's how you do it. I can't stand it. It makes me feel so stupid, but really there's no logic to a lot of words we use in English. My spelling kryptonite. Oh, God. Skirt, too, is skort. Oh, no shit. So if you buy a skirt in the US that has shorts underneath it, we actually call it a skort. If that's how you pronounce it. We call it a skort. Colonel. Oh, colonel. Well, that's such a stupid word. You want to know what word I've come up with more recently in my life that's stupid? Vegetable. If you look at it, it's vegetable. We say veggies. Vegetable. We just went vegetable with all those letters in the middle. Does anyone say vegetable? I don't think so. Vegetable. Vegetation is a word. Vegetable, then. Vegetable. Vegetable. I hate it. It's my new hate word. Doesn't make sense. Your spell checking smart, not hard. Well, I've learned that the spell check built into phones got worse. I don't know how, but like my phone will literally try to spell check things to words that are misspelled now. Like it's remembering a misspelled word, so I'm just not doing that anymore. Fuck that. Little kids say vegetable? Fuck yes. Vegeta? How do you say his name? I only saw like three episodes of Dragon Balls ever in my life, and all of them included for like 7 minutes, so I gave up. My attention span doesn't work that way. Old style.
Hail the Dank Lord, and thank you for stepping the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings.
Also,
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
take your peels if you need them, and cheers with us if you'd like. You never have to cheers. Sometimes I don't cheers. You never have to cheers because it's drugs, and I don't encourage anybody to go over their limit. However, there are some of us here who smoke a lot of pot, and going over a limit is beyond our pay grade. Crack myself up. I still have a stiff neck, man. I need a massage. Oh, dude, that's smart though. Don't ever smoke before work, man. Dude, when I was working at blank hospital, my charge respiratory therapist went to his car to hit his vape pen one time. Got too high and passed out, and we didn't see him for 6 hours. Don't do that. That's how we all get drug tested and get in trouble. Obviously, you're not going to do that. I'm just saying in general for, the general audience. Don't do that. We're better than that. I mean, I smoke during work, but my work isn't, I don't have a boss that's going to drug test me or fire me. My boss is kind of a bitch, but she doesn't do that. Also, I'm not endangering lives high. Whereas we had emergencies we needed our charge respiratory therapist for, and he was passed out in his car in the garage. We didn't rat him out because it was his first time ever. We just personally ratted it. We personally made him feel very bad. He was a very nice person. One of my favorite charges, actually. Your work is talking, smoking helps that. It helps me, organize thoughts, honestly. I don't know how I could follow as many conversations as I try to follow without a little bit of pot on board. I don't know how I could do it. I don't know if I could. Honestly. It absolutely helps my ADHD so hard. I don't know if it in general helps ADHD, so I wouldn't say it's like a prescription, but for me personally, I've talked about how I'll get the paralyzation from options thing if I don't have my ADHD meds or my meds in general. I'll sit here and there's so many things I want to do at once, I will do nothing. I become paralyzed by it and hit off a bowl. I'll pick something and enjoy it for at least a couple hours. It just takes just the edge. I'm still me, obviously. I'm still a fast talking piece of shit. But it just takes me just below that that knife edge that you kind of dance on a lot. Hearing the word vegetable, I always think of Steve Martin in The Jerk. Arugula. It's a vegetable. Oh god, I love Steve Martin so much. Did anybody here watch what was it called? The Only Murders in the Building? I really, really liked it. I watched the whole thing. And I think it got approved for a second season. It was so well done. That's him, right? Did I fuck up names? I do that a lot. White-haired, hilarious dude. It's really good. I mean, I liked it a lot. It's well done. Not a lot of mystery kind of copy type shows will get me because I can't stand if I can guess the ending. I know, that's so stupid, but I'm the type of person that sits there in my mind and tries to figure it out before the movie's over, and if I can, I get annoyed. I could not figure it out. I had no idea. I guessed a couple things, but not the twist at all. Cheers. Not until the very end. Hydrate, bitches. Martin Short. Martin Short's fantastic. And Steve Martin, thank you. I fuck up names all the time. My brain. She a mess. We do our best, though, right? I'm really good with faces. Oh, Viata, what kind of did you upgrade to some fancy ass stove? What are you getting? Did I watch Murderville? I did. It's fantastic. Oh my god, you have to watch it. I binged it. I binged it during my sick week though, so I might watch it again. That's why the whole week that I was like period, vomit, migraine, I was on painkillers, so I was kind of like, "Ugh." I think I need to watch it again because I think I just binged it, but what I remember was fucking great. Yeah, beast mode's in it. If you know what I'm saying, you know, Spiffy knows. Beast mode's in it. It's pretty fucking hilarious. Oh god, all Russians are currently being forced to hear Ukrainian, Katie. Anonymous have hacked state TV and all channels are playing a song called Prayer to Ukraine. Stop it. My heart lifted. I thought it was going to be bad news, seriously, and I was going to just cry. My heart just lifted. I mean, what's going on is fucking terrible. We can all agree with this. If you haven't heard about what's going on, just Google Russia, Ukraine, give yourself an education. It's terrible. It's horrific, and it shouldn't be happening. It should be impossible, honestly. But watching the world gather around Ukraine, just in the little social media that I participate in, like I don't even have TikTok or Facebook or any of that shit, has been kind of like fucking incredible. Like, I retweeted a couple tweets this morning about their president. Like, the world is making this man a hero, which is going to make Putin a villain. I mean, who wants to side with a dude who's killing someone that's a hero, you know, on social media? Social media kind of is king. And it's kind of like amazing. I don't know if it's going to do anything or if it will help. We have to wait. Time will tell, obviously. Like, there are still bombs going off and horrible things happening there right now. But watching the world on social media just fucking, like, cocoon Ukraine, like, how fucking dare you, Russia, has been. I have chills on my arms right now thinking about it. It's been pretty phenomenal to watch. It's kind of. Yeah, honestly, Cake, like, I can't think of words horrible enough for him. Or anyone who stands up for him or likes him in any fucking way. Trump. What? Like, how? Anyone who publicly says nice things about Putin is a fucking moron. He's literally, like, poisoned and murdered just so many people. Among other things, I'm not going to go into it. You can look it up. It's terrible. He does. He worships. Brandon, I don't know if you heard me say this yesterday. I said, I'm pretty sure Trump just wants to be topped by Putin. But it's so hard to, like, pick the words or horrible things that I want to say about him because it's all of them. I tweeted, someone yesterday was like, telling him to fuck himself is, like, almost complimenting. And I'm like, yeah, but imagine him, like, bent over in front of a mirror trying to thumb his baby dick into his butthole. Like, that's a funny image. And probably insulting to him. He doesn't like us to think about those things. Hi, poop deck. How are you, love? Not that penis size has any relevance to life at all, but I don't know. What else would he thumb in? Noodle dick. Maybe like a spaghetti string. That'd be weird and strange. Thank you, Mr. Fox. Yeah. I honestly, I despise the big dick energy thing. I think it's disgusting. I think it's toxic. Why did we make a meme out of shaming the way people's bodies are just made that we can do literally nothing about? It's gross. It's disgusting. Stop it. Stop it. I've known a lot of big dicks that are wastes of air. And honestly, I don't like a giant dick. Not a fan. We, America, offered to evac Zelensky today, and he said, I need ammo, not a ride. I want to sit on his face. How about non-toxic, confident genital energy? Ooh, I like that. I like that. Because then it's just like, own whatever you got between your legs, because it doesn't matter. I mean, it shouldn't matter to anyone else except you. I should say that. Because mine matter to me, but this should not matter to anyone else. Period. By the way, oh my god, I think I might get DMCA'd for that. I don't know. There was a really good clip. Hold up. Please hold. By Amber on the Amber Ruffin show that I watched this morning, and I'll just say what she said. She was talking about how Texas had this Texas, what is he, a governor or some douchebag? The Texas douchebag who wants to make it child abuse to have a transgender child. Stop it. No, you just went outside. Actually, we probably need to take a break, but I'm going to finish this first. He put out like I don't know how to word it the way she worded it. She's fucking hilarious and has cue cards, but he put out a way to identify these children, transgender children. And she put out it was a very good skit about, how they look just like everybody else and they'll probably be, innocently playing with other children and it was fucking well done. I'd love it to show it to you, but I think I might get banged. Fucking DMCA shit these days. I'm very lucky in the sense that I'm comfortable with my below average dick. I cope with it through humor and I don't feel shameful. I don't want anyone to feel shameful about their bodies. Like, as a sex haver who's had it with a few people, it doesn't matter. Like, truly. The only time any genital anatomy matters is when the owner of it is so neurotic about it. If that makes sense. I don't know how else to word it. That's the only time it's a problem. If it's a problem for them. In my experience. Not that I've had a ton. That being said, if you're worried about your junk, go to a doctor. Like a smell or a bump or anything like that. Like, seriously, medical professionals have seen so many genitals anymore. We don't see genitals anymore. We just see flesh. I've seen hundreds of thousands of so many dicks and vaginas. Like, we just don't see them anymore. Please go get it. Please go talk to a doctor. Like, it could be nothing, but it could improve your confidence of your genitalia, which, in my opinion, is worth seeing a doctor. Genitals are important. You get to do really fun things with them if you want. Consensually, of course. 100%, Mr. Fox, 100%. And I honestly think it's a societal pressure. Like, it's this weird, big dick energy, baby dick energy bullshit. I don't like it. It's gross. Like, what does your dick have anything to say about your character as a human? It's literally a vessel for piss and baby gravy. I'm sorry. It's like judging a boob haver on their boob size and what quality human they are. I'm sorry. That's no. How come we got to attribute that to dicks? And I see dudes do it. Like, oh, this is big dick energy. This is little dick energy. Like, fuck off with that fucking toxic nonsense. It's a body. Like, as long as it's healthy and not oozing pustule sores or something, we good. Give me someone who knows how to use their hands and their tongue any day. 100%. I mean, let's be fair. Most of the stuff that is before or in between the stabbing parts is the fun stuff. And this is just personal experience. I'm not generalizing, but all of the larger than average dick havers I've ever slept with are fucking boring because they just rely on, oh, I'm just going to punch your cervix for 15 minutes. Call it good. Some people may be into that. No shame. Size queens, you win. This bitch, not so much. Not fun. Hi, Fo. How are you, love? Did you see? I don't have anything that has an ass big enough for the thong yet. So I put it on Borat style. Is it Borat? Or is it Bruno that does this? The full body thong thing. I can't remember which one. I think it's Borat, right? I did it on my koala. Is it Borat? Thank you. Because we don't talk about Bruno, no. We need to take a break. I think my dogs need to go outside. It's been a bit. I'm glad my dick is just your average detachable vibrating penis. Has it always been this way? Is this what your healthcare does? That's why I like to say clean or dirty dick energy. I'm going to go with that. That's so much better. Yes, I like that. Smegma dick. You smell like smegma dick energy. If you don't know what that is, don't Google it. It's bad. I like that so much better. Yes. Can I use that? Do you mind? I don't want to steal it. But that's so much better. I don't like that size bullshit. It's just why? It literally has no correlation at all. It's similar to using gay as a derogative term. Like back in the 90s, early 2000s, everything was gay. Homework was gay and school was gay and riding the bus was gay and your parents were gay. But like what? The literal definition of gay is like joyful and like careless and free and love or happiness or something. And now it's for us. And then it became like that, but what? You like girls? That's gay. Anyone that comes at me for liking girls is just jealous because I actually get some. I didn't get schooled on detachable dicks. Honestly, when I was in med school, they weren't even doing transgender penis making yet. Like, I had to learn about that in the field, which honestly, I think I learned more because not only did I learn the procedure in the surgical center, I got to talk to the patient and learn their personal story and their medical history. And every patient I've ever had that's been transgender in the hospital having a bottom or a top surgery, they want to share their story. Like, they're so excited about it because they're there. Like, that's usually like the pinnacle, you know? And it's a whole picture, right? It's like, it's not like, but it's similar to like bariatric surgery without the psychological aspect of it. Like if you just go get your stomach stapled and you never see a counselor, you're probably going to become an alcoholic or something because you have a food addiction truly in your brain. I truly think that like it's something going on in our brains. Same with overeating. It's like in your brain. You got to have that psychological aspect. And when you learn about actually like how to build a penis or a vagina, but then you get to hear this person's story of how they grew up and, you know, they either had very supportive family or their family left them on the streets their whole life and they had to like work their way here or like it's just beautiful. The whole story makes it so much more like I don't know, solid for me. The information sticks. It's the whole picture of the patient, not just a body part or a job. You know what I mean? I guess that's better to put it. It makes it not a job, not just a project, you know? Oh, here we go. Katie, you have to read this. Oh God. Okay. The chairman of Russia's lower house of parliament had his plane turned back mid-flight by Sweden and then Finland, making him the first top Russian official to face Europe's denial of airspace permissions in response to the invasion. It's like Mean Girls. Like, you can't sit with us, Russia. But invasion is the only thing that fits me right now. You can't sit with us! I love it so much. It's like my inner Mean Girl's just like, yeah, fuck you, Putin. Waste of bitch fuck. I love it. Mean Girls forever. Yeah, no one should care about the size of parts of their body. You're born with it. It's going to grow to a certain size, and that's going to be it. But, like, we can absolutely stick a bar of soap on our skins. 100%. And I am way more likely to play with a clean genital than a smelly genital. And by smelly, I mean dirty smelly. You know what I mean. If gay means happy, then I'm straight as fuck. Same, though. Like, dead fish, like, we're talking like Mormon soaking straight. With brief commercial breaks of flamboyant gayness. The pettiness. I know, I love it. Oh my God, Cake. I love Mean Girls so much. I have seen that movie so many times. But not only that, unfortunately, I had a roommate in college who went through a breakup and put that movie it was the DVD that didn't even have a DVD menu. This was like way back in the day where you'd get a DVD, just stick it in, it'd play the movie, no commercials or anything, or previews or whatever. She left it on my TV for 7 days straight and slept on my couch and smoked cigarettes in my apartment. So I think like osmosis happened, and I can quote the whole movie now. It's crazy. But I still love it so much. It's so genius. Tina Fey, man. She got a brain on her. Actually, Megan, I can't sit anywhere. I have hemorrhoids. Oh my fucking God. I forgot about that meme. When that happened, I played it on stream and I think I had to end stream. I couldn't breathe after the hemorrhoids. The way she fucking says it, I die. Actually, Megan, I can't sit anywhere. I have hemorrhoids. Oh man, those are the good ones. That was was that Vine days? Man. Vine, it was, yes. I didn't read the Vine part of the message, sorry. Yeah, Vine days. Those were good days. So many guys have the impression that wiping your ass is gay. What? What? Can you see my eyebrow twitching? It's twitching. I'm gonna claw my own skin off. 13 Ukrainian border soldiers on that island were approached by a Russian warship. The ship told them to surrender or be destroyed. The 13 soldiers then told them to fuck off. You can imagine what happened afterwards. Tell me that they fucked off, please. Being clean is gay. Is that real? That's a thing? I'm sorry. I'm not going to go near any human being that has a dirty beehole. Period. If my face is within a foot of your crotchal region and I smell anything other than like fresh sweat, I'm out. The fuck? They killed all of them. Excellent. That's terrible and fucking heartbreaking. I guessed that, but I just didn't want to say it. I don't want to be the negative one. I've never met anyone who said that either. Like, we literally have a bidet. Zach loves spraying his asshole with water. And it really cuts down on toilet paper usage, to be honest. This is the thing. So I'm not a very hairy person, but some people have pubic hair that goes all the way up their butt cheeks, all around their beeholes. I have no idea how you ever get your beehole clean without water involved. As a person with a shit ton of hair who's had mud in it and bubble gum and peanut butter, a shower has to happen. I don't know what you up to. You do you though, boo-boo. Go jump on a dick? Oh my god, those poor Ukrainians though. Only flamboyant buttholes allowed. I got nothing wrong with straight buttholes as long as they're not hateful and bigoted buttholes. Fuck those ones. Not in the fun way. Video and audio of him saying fuck off. I think the actual quote was Russian warship, fuck off. Or jump on a dick. Do you guys have the Russian? I know a little Russian. I'm not fluent. I would never say I was fluent, but I took 8 years in college, so I can read it. Being into strong women that could lift you above your head is also gay. Basically, straight people have gone extinct at this point. Who's saying these things are gay? Who did this? No, gum on my hair of my head. I don't have hair on my asshole. I don't have much body hair. Literally, I think it all went here. What's my opinion on ass eating? As long as it's consensual in between adults. Slurp, slurp, motherfucker. That being said, you want to clean up because if you consume someone else's E. coli, which naturally exists in the colon, you can get E. coli poison. You can get E. coli poisoning or pink eye if it gets in your eyeball. So you do want to clean up your beehole, but that goes for everybody. Everybody's got to clean up their beehole if you're going to be getting that near a face. Again, just like keep your downstairs clean. It's pretty easy. Don't you dare take away my strong woman fetish. I mean, no one's taking it away, but somebody out there thinks you're gay now for strong women. Nothing makes sense and everything hurts. Hi, Tank. How are you? I love getting my balls busted with a hammer, so I'm off to play Elden Ring. Same, though. Enjoy. Night.
Bitch. Hail the Dank Lord and thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving a name to swings. What's up? Do you eat ass? Sick.
Yeah, all volunteers tribute. Dude. What is it? Is this hate for strong women, or is it just trying to bring down like the is it talk it sounds like toxic masculinity. But what's wrong with strong women? Who doesn't want a partner that can sit and spin themselves without your help? Dude, Banana, I'm saying, like, can you imagine? I'm very jealous of how my dogs can just pinch off poops, but that is not a human lifestyle. Yeah, Zaquarion, literally, we have one that, like, just attaches to the side of the toilet. It's called... You know what? We need to take a break right now. I'll go look at the brand for you. It was not expensive. It was like $30 on Amazon, but it's rated like 5 stars out of 5 by 67,000 people or something. I researched him a lot because this fucker said he wanted one, and I got him one for Christmas, and he swears by it. Like, he got all of his brothers one for Christmas last year, and they all sent him videos of their first time using it, like just their faces. So if you're in Zach's stream and you ever want to see a video of his brother's face experiencing bidet spray on his beehole for the first time, give him an ask. It's pretty fantastic. No, I'm gonna take a break right now though. Let's all take a break, stretch your legs. If I missed your message, I apologize. I try to get them all, but sometimes I just won't stop, and then I never take a break, and we never stand up. So stand up, get a drink, fill your water if you need to, pack a bowl. Ouch. I would love this stiff muscle to go away, man. I swear, I've done everything. Still here. It's very stiff. I'm going to go look at the brand of the bidet so I don't forget, and I'll type it in chat while the ads are running. But I'm going to run a 3-minute ad block. I run one every couple of hours to keep Twitch alive. That's about it. If you sub to my channel, you don't have to watch it. If you've been gifted a sub to my channel, refresh real quick, and you don't have to watch them. But if you don't refresh, they will pop up. It's just 3 minutes, though. It might say there's 21 ads, but I swear to fuck, it's only 3 minutes or less. I swore on a fuck, my dudes. That's a serious swear. All right, I'll be right back. Maybe. Do we really need to build a wall, though? When did they write this? For too long. Gonna build that wall up to the sky. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with my internet. Very scary. Everything hiccuped for me, and so I thought I went offline. And then I checked my app, the Twitch app, and it said my stream was offline. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I forgot. It's fucking download games all day today, motherfuck. I'll stay calm. We'll stay calm. Ouch. Motherfucker. Ugh. Someday this muscle will not kill me. Someday. But yeah, I threw a link in chat. I'll copy and paste it again for you guys that missed it. But that is my affiliate link, I think, for the Tushy. I didn't mean to do that, but it was the only option I had when I said copy link. But that's the one we have. I bought a nasty pink one because I'm a nice person and it was a gift. So of course I got a nasty pink one, but they have like black ones, blue ones, they have green ones now. All sorts of colors and stuff. But it's not like replacing your whole toilet, you know what I mean? Some stuff I feel like I remember when my Nana was kind of failing, we tried to get her a bidet, and it was like, they kept telling us that the only options were, to completely replace her bathroom with some high-tech bullshit. I was like, I work in a hospital, bitch. I've seen this shit. Don't fuck with me. I didn't say that, but don't fuck with me. What? Just stuff them in a tank of rotten spuds and sheep shit? Jump on Lego piles forever. Thank you, Silverheart. I looked at a picture of a they're called a blue-ringed octopus, and I tried to do makeup based on that today, but this ended up looking really orange. I didn't do that on purpose, but oh well. Probably was my skin too. My skin's so yellow, like when I want to put yellow on my eyes, I really don't have to add very much, and I probably added too much. Who knows? Looks fun though. I like this color. That shiny black. It's like a black pigment, but there's so much glitter, like a shimmery shit in it. It just looks like pale gray. It's really pretty. Cake, I would love to. I mean, where are Legos based? Where's the Lego place? We could probably get enough Legos. It's not like we don't ever wish death on people. I just want him to feel like maybe what it feels like to be a Ukrainian right now, which I assume is similar to bathing in Legos. New ones with the sharp edges. Are they in? Is it Denmark? I don't know. Wow, I have no idea. I've been to like the big Lego land in Orlando, but it's sad that people in trades feel such a strong need to push for expensive products. Like plumbers saying you need some expensive ass new toilet when all you want is to install a bidet. And it's sad because I mean, unless they're like a personal contractor, like a individual business of their own, they're usually pushed by a boss. I remember when I worked at Lowe's, they would push us to like sell credit cards over the phone to people that were calling to see what our hours were. Like shit like that. And if we didn't do it, we'd get like written up, we'd get punished. If they witnessed us answer the phone and not offer a credit card at any time, they'd write you up. So it's like you can't be mad at the person, it's just fucking shitty. Same though. Same cake. I just don't want to. Oh my god, I saw the funniest meme this morning, Fox, for hairdressers. It was like my clients when they think I'm pushing products on them. And it was like a squirrel with a mouth full of nuts, and the other squirrel like fucking ran away as fast as it possibly could from the squirrel with the mouth full of nuts. It was pretty hilarious. I've never been pushed products in getting my hair done ever in my life. I don't know where that comes from, to be honest. Like the only time is if I ask. I'll be like, "Hey, my hair feels like straw. Can you help me?" Then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, this one and this one are pretty good." But never in my life have I felt like pushed by anyone in a salon ever. Oh, the original Legoland is in Denmark. Boosh! Thank you. Cake, you were right. You're not that high. Ow. It's this, I don't know what muscle it is. It's the muscle that goes between your shoulder blade and your spine. But it's just like, it goes up my neck and, ugh, so just fucked. And I don't know why. Probably laying in a bed for a week. Ow! I hate it. Thank you, Lorelai. I have to admit, I did not like my makeup today. I did it, and I was like, I did it twice because I stabbed myself in the eye, and I was like, I don't know if I like this. So thank you for the kind compliments. It's okay. It's not my best. What do you do? I do. I've done heating pads, cold presses. It's like it's too deep for anything surface to touch it. It's like under my shoulder blade, kind of. If that makes sense. It's very bizarre, and it doesn't hurt all the time. It's just every once in a while, like I'll move my head a certain way, and it's like a lightning shoots down my back. I don't know. I don't like it. It doesn't matter if they're here for blank, push blank on them. Exactly. Yeah, no, I hate it. It's so much. So much. Thank you. It does kind of look like the blade, the top for sure. Like if I muted this out, that looks like Blade Runner. The Blade Runner makeup a lot. You're absolutely correct. The orange is a little strong. It's not that, I don't know. Makeup's weird. What do you do? Nobody cares. It's a weird thing. It's fun to do though. How much weed is smoking too much? Personal opinions. I think if if smoking weed is getting in the way of doing normal activities every day, then you're smoking too much. That's what I would say. Like, I know people that, like, they won't leave the house if they can't smoke a bowl first. That's maybe a little bit of a dependency. Like, I carry a little vape pen in my purse just in case I get anxious or something, but, like, I don't have to roast a bowl of pot before I leave my house. Or, like, I don't feel like my life's falling apart if I don't have weed. Like I said, when I travel, I don't smoke at all. I'm totally fine. I don't have withdrawal. I don't have any. I don't know if there's, like, clinical withdrawal symptoms to weed, but I know some people have withdrawal symptoms personally, personal experiences and stuff. I never have. If you're going poor for weed, it's too much. Like, if you're choosing between weed and bills, it's too much weed. But that's just my personal opinion. There is, like, clinically, scientifically speaking, there is no amount of pot you could smoke that will kill you because of the pot. You'll want to die. Like, you could suffocate yourself by eradicating all the oxygen in a room and filling it with pot smoke, but it's not the pot smoke that will kill you. So I think it's kind of person to person, really. When it becomes health detrimental. Yeah, if it's like you can't go about your day without it, or not without it, but, you know, like, I dislike a day without pot, but I don't become a different person and, like, curl up in bed and cry all day because I don't have pot, if that makes sense. Exactly, Kino. Yeah, Kino said there's no hard amount for too much weed because it depends on the strains, which vary wildly, how you consume it, how frequent, your own constitution. Exactly. Yeah. I would say it's like if you are the type of person that, like, you couldn't take your kid to the emergency room because you're too high, like, you're probably smoking too much pot. I never get that high. But I don't want to. Like, at a party maybe, but on a daily basis, like, when I need to function and be ready to get in my car, I would never. Penz's penis. I'm trying to limit my weed usage, and I'm dying to smoke tonight, but trying to be good because I don't think smoking every day is ideal for me. And that's another thing. It's personal. So, like, if you feel like smoking every day makes you feel icky, or, like, some people, they won't smoke every day simply because it does raise your tolerance, so you need more weed to achieve the same effect. And that could mean that's too much for you. I don't want that effect. I cannot stand when my tolerance goes down to 0 and I smoke weed again. I don't like to be out of my head. Like, I still want to be able to read, function, talk. Like, I like that my tolerance is right here. I know where it's at. I know what weed does to me. When I drop to that 0 level, I have no idea anymore. Like, weed is just one baby hit and I'm, like, rocked. I don't like that feeling at all. Like, that's a feeling I'll do at a party or, like, going to the bars or something, but on a daily basis, not really for me. But that's really personal. Like, for some people, they fucking love getting out of their head with that kind of shit. So MTG is pushing Putin worship? What is MTG? What is that? Why do I know that? I feel like I know that abbreviation. What is that? Help me. When I was with my ex, I had to be high to even want to be around her and her family. Oh, that's so sad. I'm glad you're not in that position anymore. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah. That doesn't shock me. She thinks there's Jewish lasers on the moon causing forest fires. So, this is the article. Such a waste of air. She's such a crazy person. Zach might be downloading a game because nothing on my internet will load right now. I'm having a great time. Someday. At least chat's loading. She is a person, is she? I smoke every day because having residual THC in my system helps me with my day-to-day dealing with my anxiety and helping me understand and identify my anger triggers so I can react to them differently. 100% same. 100% same. Weed helps me slow down so I can actually look at my own behavior and, like, be a better person and not just be a hurricane of thoughts in my head all the time. But when I'm traveling and, like, walking and constantly moving, I don't have time to sit and have the hurricane, I guess. Oh, okay, cool. No worries. Magic the Gathering. That's what I thought MTG stood for. Thank you. I was like, what is that? Yeah, she's just a nut. I mean, they have video footage of her like leaving the White House talking about the meetings she's having about the January 6th. What did they call it? The Freedom Stand or something? It was insurrection, but they called it something else. Talking about exes, broke up with my boyfriend today, so I need a place to rest. Zombies, we're here for you. This I can say this quite honestly and with full heart. We will never run out of love in this chat. Y'all bitches bleed it. She was at a Nazi rally last night. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna smoke some pot. I'm not high enough for that one. What? There are no fucking words. It's bad, but like, what the fuck? Cheers. I can't. Kelty, you sneaky hoe. Cheers to love, not to hate. Enough of that bullshit in the world these days. Kelty just gifted a sub to Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox, thank you for being a classy motherfucker. Continue to go forth and be consensual and wonderful as you are. Stop it. She didn't know. Okay, I have to read this. It hurts me to look at it. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Her face gives me physical internal pain. I'm so grossed out. Okay. I can't look at it and not laugh. It's that ridiculous. Wrong one. My bad. Wrong one. This one. Marjorie Taylor Greene was surprise speaker at a white nationalist event. Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene appeared at a white nationalist conference on Friday night where Vladimir Putin was cheered and Adolf Hitler was praised. This can't be real. I mean, it's definitely real, but my soul says no. So does my body. Greene, a MAGA celebrity who has long promoted conspiracy theories and has a history of making controversial remarks, has become one of the most prolific fundraisers in the House Republican caucus and is a sought-after endorsement in GOP primaries. Excuse me. But her appearance as a surprise speaker at Friday's America First Political, what's America First? What is this? America First Political Action Conference marked an explicit embrace of the alt-right. The event, held to counter the CPAC conference, I assume that's the weird name, cool, was organized by Nick Fuentes, a prominent white nationalist who marched at the infamous Charlottesville rally in 2017, where a neo-Nazi murdered a counter-protester. Greene is now the second member of Congress to appear at the event. Arizona Republican Paul Gosar, is that how you say his name? Gosar? Not that it matters. Spoke at it in both 2021 and this year. The Georgia Congresswoman's appearance was introduced shortly after Fuentes asked for, quote, a round of applause for Russia, end quote. And the crowd chanted, quote, Putin, Putin, end quote, in response. In her remarks, Green hailed the attendees as, quote, canceled Americans, end quote, and delivered a familiar set of bromides condemning abortion, environmentalism, Nancy Pelosi, and Justin Trudeau, while promising the crowd she was currently, quote, working very hard for an American revival, end quote. Sorry, my heart stopped beating. Other speakers at the event made an array of racist, homophobic, and anti Semitic remarks, culminating in Fuentes reiterating his phrase for the January 6th attack on the Capitol as, quote, awesome, end quote, and celebrating Adolf Hitler. This is so. Okay. The white nationalists said of the media, and now they're going on about Russia and Vladimir Putin is Hitler. They say that's not a good thing, he said with a smirk. After initially dodging questions from reporters on Saturday at CPAC, Green gave a brief statement claiming ignorance about the event. Quote, I do not know Nick Fuentes. I never heard him speak. I've never seen a video. I don't know what his views are, so I'm not aligned with anything controversial, she said. What I can tell you is I went to his event last night to address his very large following, she added, and did not respond to follow up questions. I don't want to be alive in this same reality as that person or those people. I would. I. What is happening? That is some human being's reality in their head. What the fuck is happening? I got like literally nothing. I have literally nothing. I don't know what to say to that. I'm. It's. I got nothing. Like, what the fuck is it? That's. My eyebrow's still twitching. Uh. Yeah, I'm nothing. I just broke. I'm broken. I'm broken. Broken. I'm. What do? What do now? What do? Man, what a world. Um, I do believe in good news. Biden elected the first black woman to the whatever that seat was that got retired out of. What is it? Supreme Court? Yeah. First black woman in American history, so that's exciting. I think she dies in that position. I think it's one of those because there's a lot of those. Yeah, that's uplifting. That gave me my is it 420? Cheers. Many are using current events to do BS. The Tories in UK has been on a cut on the NHS and a student loan crackdown. What? Seriously? Cut healthcare and crack down on student loans. Okay. Sick. Where's my lighter? It's 420 on the East Coast. That's usually like the first one we're pretty good at hitting, because before that it's like Newfoundland, I guess. Cheers. Seriously, Lizzie? And that's because of cuts? That's disgusting. Dude, that is so. What? What the fuck? That's during a pandemic? I'm literally getting emails offering me jobs every day to go back to respiratory. I can't, and that's privatized medicine, mind you. I cannot fathom is how people in the UK keep voting for conservatives. What do you mean? Are you in the UK, Phoenix? I don't remember. I feel like I would know this. Excuse me. My eyebrows going wild. Wild. Eyebrow twitches for Ukraine. Fox News over here feeding all these folks Russian talking points for the machinery of their propaganda department. Seriously? See, I haven't seen anything come out of Fox News yet, but it's all so fresh. I haven't really had time to like dig into the news very much. I've just been looking at a lot of Russian subreddits and trying to get real information. I'm not great at it. Again, not fluent, but I can figure it out enough to get the key points. Oh, the Conservative Party Tories. Thank you. Thank you for educating a dumb American. We only have two parties, and they're not even real. They're called the Conservative Party rather than the Tories. What does Tories stand for? Where does that come from? Just curious. Oh, Tucker's. Oh, I think I did see one clip of Tucker like, why do we hate Putin? Is it because he eats dogs? Or something like that. Yeah, I think I saw something like by him, but, I try to avoid that waste of space. Can we stop calling them Fox News and start calling them what they are? Faux News? I think in Canada, they can't call them Fox News. They're called Fox Entertainment. Correct me if I'm wrong, Canadians. I think that's true. Because their ratio of, like, true to false is so bad. Oh, positive? Faux news? Of course. This is okay, Mr. Fox is our new Fox. Fox News is going to be faux news from now on. As in regarding foxes that live near me, yes, we love foxes. Big fan. I follow a lot of Fox YouTube channels. Big animal fan, to be honest. This whole what has Putin ever done to you deal, like, really, motherfucker? Dude, it was psychotic. It's psychotic. I mean, and what's sick is people will, like, latch on to that and use it like it's biblical scripture or something, And I don't think they do it consciously. I would never think anyone wants to think these things consciously. I think it's just safe. It's like a comfy, like, to think like nothing's wrong. We shouldn't hate Russia. Like, it's a safe thought process, I think. I'm following a man that's been living in the Ukraine, right? One of his friends joined one of the territorial brigades, and then I got confirmation that they're now accepting foreign volunteers. Well, I've heard a lot of Russians have literally, like, put their guns down and walked into Ukraine and said, we're Ukrainian now, because they had no idea. People in chat yesterday were saying that the military was like putting their guns down because they literally thought it was a drill. Excuse me. There's a lot of Russians who do not agree with this at all. I don't know the exact statistics, but I know there's a huge population of people protesting and getting run over by military vehicles and shit in the cities. It's terrible. Russian people protesting this like invasion. Hold on. It comes from Toryism, which is a philosophy that is conservative. Oh, so it's just a name for a philosophy, kind of like all the other weird words. Oh, look, a Wikipedia page. Tories. The Tories were a loosely organized political faction, and later a political party in the parliaments of England, Scotland, Great Britain, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. I'm not going to ask a dumb question. They first emerged in 1679 exclusion crisis when they opposed Whig efforts to exclude James, Duke of York, from the succession of the grounds of his Catholicism.
Hail Satan.
Despite their fervent opposition to state-sponsored Catholicism, Tories opposed exclusion in the belief inherited based on birth was the foundation of a stable society. After the succession of George I in 1714, the Tories were excluded from blah blah blah. Sick. Nice. Good to know. They sound like dicks. I'm packing a bowl, but I will 426 in a minute. Oh, Pornhub blocked all Russian users. Okay, I feel really bad for the Russian population that does not support any of this and just doesn't have Pornhub now. Like, that super sucks. But also, like, I get why they're doing it. I think everybody's, like, blocking the dollar from Russia and stuff, too, in just hopes of, like, saying stop it. You're doing it not stop. Stop it. Needs to be bopped. What's that little bunny foo-foo? Little bunny poo-poo. Tooting through the forest. I'm gonna get murdered. It's fine. I don't live anywhere near Russia. We're fine. I'm like a little Russian. Maybe they'll count that. I don't know. Oh, was it fake info? I was gonna say, I wonder how they do that, because I don't know. How would they do that? How would you even know? Because you can get, like, I assume people in Russia can get VPNs. They're not in the dark ages. They're just heavily controlled. Kick him out. Swift will hit it hard. Kicking Tem out of Swift will hit hard. What? Oh, Bina. I know. I've seen a lot of videos like that, and they break my heart. That's a lot of the Russian. If you go on the Russian Reddit or Russian media sites, like, that people use, not paid media sites, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of people breaking down and crying, like, saying, my mother lives across the border in Ukraine. How would you make me do this? Like, putting their guns down and shit. And they're probably going to get fucking murdered because fucking Putin murders people for being gay or tweeting bad about him, let alone abandoning the military during a invasion. And, like, can one of you explain to me? So I was reading this the other day, but you are so much smarter than me when it comes to these things. So I'm thinking how to word it. Hold on. There are two parts of the Ukraine that Putin invaded, but he just claimed they were sovereign states, so invading them wasn't invading the Ukraine. What the fuck is that? Was that just him making up bullshit? Kelty, we should. Hydrate before you die straight. But straight's okay. You know, guys. It's fine. You're beautiful the way you are. No matter whose genitals you want to suckle. Hydrate. It's good for everybody. Oh, them. Oh, I'm an idiot. Banking thing for the worldwide transaction. Oh, and are they being blocked from the Swift thing? I think I heard something about that on one of the late night guys I watch. So areas in question were the same areas that had the flare up in 2014. So hang on. Oh, I'm gonna get educated. I love this shit because it's stuff that, like, I feel like we need to know. We can't just know what's happening now. We have to know why it's happening, the history on it. Like, Putin's crazy. and always has been. But he's not really in everyday news until he's doing something that our everyday news really can't ignore anymore. He's always doing horrible things. He poisons reporters, American, other countries alike. Like, just poisons them and fucking murders them if they say anything in ill light of Russia. Like, he is off his rocker. Cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? Swift is used for pretty much any international payment. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that like on payment sites and stuff. The link you gave me, like literally, I've seen this. That's what I thought. LASIK, wasn't he? He was like He like ran the KBG. He was really high up in the KGB, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe so. I feel like I talk hushed when I say these things, but he really does murder people in Russia who tweet negatively about him. I don't think there's any way he can he's not going to be murdering Americans in America, I don't think, but he's a scary human being. He has way too much power for his, I don't know what it is, but his, you know what I'm saying? Takes one to know one. Am crazy. He was in East Berlin. No shit. No shit. That's terrifying. Talking about Donbas and I'm still confused about it. There were our rebels that were fighting the Ukrainian government since 2013. That's the link. So Kino just gave me a link. Everything you need to know about the 2014 Ukraine crisis. Is there a Cliff Notes? I don't want to just read you guys all day because that's hella boring, but I can read this on my own time and then give you guys Cliff Notes tomorrow. But this is good. I can read this part. This part's not too long. What is the Ukraine crisis? Ukraine is a Texas-sized country. I had no idea it was that big. Holy shit. Wedged, I guess you just, the scale compared to Russia, you have no idea. Wedged between Russia and Europe. It was part of the Soviet Union until 1991, and since then has been a less than perfect democracy with a very weak economy, rude, and foreign policy that wavers between pro-Russian and pro-European. This all began as an this all began as an internal Ukrainian crisis in November of 2013 when President Viktor Yanukovych, yep, maybe, we'll see. Someone will correct me. Rejected a deal for greater integration with the European Union. Here's why this is such a big deal. Sparking mass protests, which Yanukovych attempted to put down violently. Russia backed Yanukovych, I don't know why that's so hard for me, in the crisis, while the US and Europe supported the protesters. Since then, several big things have happened. In February, anti-government protests toppled the government and ran Yanukovych out of the country. I'm assuming same year, 2013. So February of 2013. Russia, trying to salvage its lost influence in the Ukraine, invaded and annexed Crimea the next month. In April, pro-Russia separatist rebels began seizing territory in eastern Ukraine. The rebels shot down Malaysian Airlines Flight 7. I remember this. They shot down literally a plane of Malaysian tourists. Airlines Flight 17 on July 17th, killing 298 people, probably accidentally. Probably accidentally. Okay. Fighting between the rebels and the Ukrainian military intensified. The rebels started losing, and in August, the Russian army overtly invaded eastern Ukraine to support the rebels. This has all brought the relationship between Russia and the West to its lowest point since the Cold War. Great. Sanctions are pushing the Russian economy to the brink of recession, and more than 2,500 Ukrainians have been killed. Ugh. Ugh. There's a whole lot more. That looks like a really good article to read, really. It's long, but it's good. The Russian interior minister joked about being locked out of the EU board, Katie, because now they can re-implement the death penalty. Oh, sick. Huh. The case in Ukraine is that the East regions are probably 60% Ukrainian and 40% Russian, like culturally speaking. It's just it's bizarre because, like, I did end up taking some educational geography classes in college because my high school education was shit and I got nothing. Um, the borders of countries change constantly throughout history, like fucking constantly. But we're gonna. I mean, why doesn't he just say, "I want the warm port. Give me the port. Give it to me now." The videos of captured Russian soldiers saying they didn't realize what was happening, yes, I have. They're terrible. Those, and I've seen the soldiers like just throwing their guns down and being like, "We had no idea. We thought it was an exercise. We're out," because their family's like right on the border, like right there in Ukraine. In Ukraine, it is not the Ukraine. The Ukraine. Excuse me. I'll get it someday. The East is Russian dominant speaking, and the president is from the East. The president of Ukraine, the Jewish president of the Nazi state of Ukraine. You mean? I'm saying that extremely facetiously, very sarcastically, just in case anyone didn't catch that. That was what Putin was touting yesterday. They're against Nazis. That's why they're invading the Ukraine. Ukraine, not the Ukraine. Someday. I know, zombie. Like, I'm trying. But I think that's what we were. Like, I wasn't even taught that. It literally just says Ukraine on a map. It's just me. It's just my dumbass brain. I mean, I would say the US. Like, I live in the US, I guess. And it's not part of the title, though. Well, maybe. Is it the United States of America? It might be. Who cares? We shit. Sorry. I don't have much pride in my own country anymore. I'm really exhausted from living through all these, like, world events and stuff. Really? I just don't want to be offensive. I don't want to sound ignorant. And I don't want to, like, spread ignorant information. It is excellent. Svoboda is an issue. Remind me. Oh, as I mentioned earlier, the Nazi thing gets brought up because of Svoboda. What is that? Oh, is that like a Nazi village or something? Right, Cake? That's how I feel. Like, I was thinking about it last night. I was laying on my couch listening to music, and I was like, I don't think I've ever been in a state of peace since I was born in my country. Like the 90s, but we had the Cold War had just the wall had just come down in 89. So I wouldn't say it was over. And then we had Desert Storm, and then Monica Lewinsky, poor woman, was attacked by the media for sucking a dick. Many English speakers say the Ukraine. Is it offensive to Ukrainians? Svoboda is a Nazi party in Ukraine that even has military division. Ugh, gross. It's hard to like for me to see that as a logical reason to attack a country simply because like we have Nazi fucking rallies happening in the US. Like I truly believe there are hate groups all over the world. They're everywhere. Like they're still in Germany. I've watched some Vice documentaries on like they go into these like hidden camps where they'll have like a grill you would grill burgers on, but it says like "Yay Holocaust" or something in German. Like they're everywhere. You can't use that as an excuse to bomb a country of humans. No, it's not logical. I see what you mean, though. I totally see how he's using it. I see what you mean, yeah. But to me, I'm just saying, for me personally, I could never. I guess. I don't. I guess I'm always trying to wrap my head around how that person thinks. Always. I'm like, what got you to that point? Like, how are you being okay with the things coming out of your mouth? How are you sleeping at night? Like, what happened? That's usually what's going on in my head because it just seems so fucking off base. You got to use weapons of mass destruction as an excuse. Glares at George W. Bush. He's another guy. I don't think he's innocent. I don't favor him in any way, shape, or form. But I think he was like a puppet on the hand. You know what I'm saying? He's so dumb to think he would like have a signature, know how to write, to certify anything that went down. I think it was a whole bunch of people like directly under him who fucking want money, and Bush was like, "Yeah, I'm a good Texas boy. I'll do what you say. I'm pro military. Thank you so much for your service. I'm not pro war, and I don't think anyone in the military is pro war. Who the fuck is besides egomaniac leaders? Sure. English is great. God, my neck is so tight. It's probably stress. I'm stressing. I'm gonna sit up straight for a minute. Ow. He had to do what his daddy couldn't. That's true. I think he had a major inferiority complex. Sounds familiar. Oh, God. Ouch. Have you seen his paintings? Bush's paintings? No. I don't really look into him much. Not a fan. Not a fan. If you have Nazis in your country, I better invade, right? Like that would be every country on the world, I'm pretty positive, other than maybe the Arcticas. Like there are hate groups, what we call Nazis, which was a very distinct group of people that like committed genocide in Germany. Hate groups, white supremacy groups, like any group that thinks they're better than anybody else and acts on it in a violent way, they're fucking everywhere. They're everywhere. And they suck kids in, and it's terrible. From an article I'd read, it's the unfortunate bastards that have nothing else going for them but their hatred. I'll send you a link through Twitter because it's a read. Oh God. And see, that's why. I mean, I've been saying that since I started my channel. Like, I'm the only thing I'll ban in my chat is hate. I just don't do it. There's so much in the world, and it takes so much effort to actively hate something. I'm a lazy stoner, man. I don't wanna like I. Why? When there's so much to enjoy. I don't get it. It rocks me.
Hail Satan.
Seriously, I just can't. My brain. I'm glad. Thank you guys for just listening to me stutter through my confusion. I appreciate you being a backboard because it's. I would probably go crazy if I had to experience this life alone. More, you know what I mean? Like committed a few more times. They just say Ukrainia themselves, Katie. So saying Ukraine must be better than the Ukraine. Ukrainia. I think that's pretty. It sounds like an element. Ugh. I itch. 5 of the NATO troop was attacked. It's the last step before war. Well, I mean, if he's invading, it's war. Like, I don't know if there's like a head count of death or like something that we officially declare war. But I mean, if he is actively invading with weapons and military, that's war in my book. And people are dying and there's bombs going off and sirens. That's that's war. I don't care what he thinks is war. If he doesn't think this is war, he's cracked. We already know he's fucking cracked. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's like the official, like, that's not the definition. To me, that's what else is there? Death, violent weapon, bombs and fire and sirens, and the military of another country going into your country without permission. Actually, explicit, the opposite of permission from the president. I don't know. Seems like war. If you don't think like them, you have to be a Nazi, which is why I see them as a comedy channel most of the time. Ugh. Ugh. So bad. I saw a vid of Ukraine standing in front of tanks. They were not run over. The Russians were doing this because Daddy Putin told them to. Oh, cuteness. That's what we were talking about earlier. There's some videos on Reddit. Mainly, that's where I have found them, of Russians like throwing their guns down, putting their hands up, and being arrested by other Russians because they truly thought it was a drill. And when they realized it was not a drill, they fucked off. They were like, nah. And a lot of them just did it because they absolutely knew it was wrong. And some of them were like, that's my family. Like, my entire family is right across the border. Like, all this shit. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's so bad. So bad. And we have Texas over here like, we're going to be meanie Putin. Not the people of Texas, by the way. My Texans in chat, please don't be offended. Your government's insane, and I'm so sorry that you live there. Holy shit. What the fuck? But seriously, though. Oh, Wolf, did I miss it? Oh, the use of the Ukraine is officially deprecated by the Ukrainian government in many English language made publications. Ukraine is the official full name of the country as stated in its Declaration of Independence and its constitution. There is no official alternative long name. There we go. Ukraine. Ukrainia. My favorite new element. Ukraina is how you pronounce Ukraine. Oh, fuck. Doesn't sound like an element anymore. You're ruined. Just kidding. I'd rather have it right, but it wasn't a cool element for a second. The scumbag minister from Russia who was turned around mid flight has now come home, Katie, and he didn't get why he was denied travel over Sweden, Finland. What? He's lying, right? Like there's no possible way he couldn't know that his president literally threatened invasion on those two countries. There's no way, right? I'm assuming, but correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm dying. The Russian ambassador in Ireland has been having a rough time. Oh. Well, I mean, I can't fathom being an ambassador in another country where this is happening in Europe and not supporting it. Because you're kind of guilty by association. Like, everybody has to be hyper aware of you and probably kind of, I don't know. I don't know. What happens? What happens? The Texas government is at least one reason for my use of weed. Ironic given the laws. Dude, I like I tweeted it a couple days ago. I was like, "Do we need to set up like a camp for refugees from Texas? Child abuse to give birth to a transgender child? I'm sorry. Everything inside hurts all the time now." The Russian ambassador in Ireland has been having a rough time. How so? Like, is he being like attacked or like does he support Putin openly or has he not supported? Like, what's happening? If you don't mind me asking, I'm just curious. Fuck off to Russia and make your politics reflect your views. Yeah, 100%. I mean, God, if people did like acted on what they said, imagine the world. America would be a very different place. For 4 years, yeah, for 4 years we would have been just wearing like steel chastity belts to prevent all the pussy grabbing. Cake, it's like, well, it's like, what do you do? Because I feel like Putin is kind of a volatile person and he knows it and he likes to be that way. I think he kind of like takes pride in being surprising. And I feel like if anybody took like more not drastic, what's the word? Like more obvious action, he would just nuke and be like, "We're all going to go to heaven and you'll all go to hell cuz we're Russian and you're not bi." Or something. I feel like he's like that nutters. And so it's like, I've used this term before. Not a lot of people know it for some reason. I grew up with it because I have a brother who's this way, but eggshell people, people that you have to tiptoe around because you never know who they're going to be. If they're going to be in a bad mood or a good mood, funny, not funny. You have to walk on eggshells, and I feel like we're all doing that around this situation right now because he does have nukes, which would effectively just destroy our entire planet. We would all die. But he took Chernobyl, so win. The Irish don't want him here, so we're putting pressure on the government to send him home. They haven't sent him home? That's shocking. Wow. I wonder if he wants to be there. Oh, his car was mobbed, bunch of protests, but he supports it? Okay, he should fuck off then. He should fuck off. I agree. Like strapped to the wing of a plane. Because, there's no room for that size of a head. Have made it so there's no legal route for Ukrainian refugees. Oh no. I hadn't heard any countries shutting down to them. Really? The UK? Like the UK as a whole? I fuck up, like, I know there's like the UK, but then like part of Ireland is not the UK, right? But the rest of it is, but Scotland doesn't want to be or something. I don't mean to be ignorant sounding. I've even been there. Still confused. If you support a larger country invading a smaller country here, you're not gonna have a good time. That's so scary for those people. I did? Oh, Lizzie, thank you. Someday. For a while, I was like, it was confusing, but we're dumb Americans, you know. We have a constitution from hundreds of years ago, written by drunk teenagers that we still jerk off to. The southern part's the republic. Is the southern part the Catholic part, or is the top part, the UK part, the Catholic part? Well, historically speaking, I should say. I think I recall reading the only reason countries avoid nukes is because of World Annihilation Treaty. As in, once a country starts to nuke, others will too in a response, and that'll literally be the end of humanity. I mean, yeah, right? It really would. No one would be untouched at all. Not that we're not untouched. Everyone is, like, even though I'm probably the farthest I could possibly be from the Ukraine right now, we still need to care. They're humans. A lot of innocent humans that they just want to play video games and smoke pot like we do. You know what I mean? They got no aspirations. They just want to like chill, make some art, die happy and alone in the woods. I don't know. The Republic is the historically Catholic. Sick. Thank you. I was just curious. Oh, I know. It's like historically speaking, yeah. It's the only reason I know about that is I think that was kind of at its heat when my Nana's mom, my great grandmother, was shipped over, I think. And so, like, that was what her mom told her, and my Nana fed us was like, you know, the Catholics, and the bombs. You know, that was all we were told. We are slightly touched. Well, I'm saying me, like Colorado. Like, I'm not like physically touched. You guys definitely. I mean, you said you had a friend there, right? The concept's called MAD, Mutual Assured Destruction. I mean, that's what any. I don't think nukes should exist. I think we should dunk them all in heavy water and call it good. Just be like, nah, we good. I mean, killing people in general should not be a way to like win land or anything, but that nukes just shouldn't exist. That shit is just there's no reason to have them. None. Nuclear power and things like that, yes. The science of nuclear medicine, sure, but like nuclear bombs, I don't what other than just a threat. Nuclear weapons are just used as deterrents. Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, they're literally just a threat, like a deterrent. Like, I have this, don't touch me. Cooties. It's weird. And it was created by Oppenheimer, the lead on the Manhattan Project. The mutually assured destruction thing was. Nukes shouldn't exist. The problem is destroy them all. The idea is no one can trust anyone to get rid of them all. I know. I know. And no one knows how many people have or, you know, yeah. I was just talking to Zach about that the other night because the desert is where they put a lot of bombs they're not going to use. So in Nevada, Colorado, Arizona, and I think some of Texas, you'll be driving through the desert where there's nothing, and then there'll just be this huge warehouse, and under the warehouse will be huge tanks of heavy water, and that's like the only way to dispose of a nuke, I guess. I don't know enough about that shit to extrapolate by any means, but heavy water is something we would drown in. It's different than H2O. It's H2O too. Science. But they're all over here. Like that's because you can't dismantle them. Like there's nothing to do with them once you make one. So they just sink them in this heavy water shit and keep them in these sheds in the desert. I don't know what happens if bombs hit those. Lizzie, I love you. Have a wonderful day, my boo boo. I don't want to set the world on fire either. Like I think the world has potential. I think unfortunately, like we all got manipulated to kind of vote in a bunch of people that just wanted power and money. And we're kind of suffering the consequences right now. Some of us didn't vote, obviously. Like there's some dictators that are horrific in the world that didn't get voted in, but you know what I mean. In general, it's people that want to be in power, that got in power, that shouldn't be in power. Like, is it H2O3? I don't remember. It's been a very long time. You could be totally correct. I trust you over me. I don't remember, to be honest. There's a joke about H2O too, but I don't remember if they state what it is. Like, two guys walk into a bar. First guy says, I'll have an H2O. Second guy says, I'll have an H2O too. Second guy dies. Why? But I don't think they ever say the fucking punchline. Is it hydrogen peroxide? Thank you. Education is good. Never be afraid to correct me, please. I don't ever want to spread bullshit. And seriously, I haven't had a chemistry course in some years. I'm not going to age myself that way. Not today, Satan. It relies on the concept of symmetrical warfare, where two nations declare war and are credited for use of it. Asymmetrical warfare, what we most experience now, could mean that a terrorist organization, I can read, can use one and not take credit for it. Really? Like, use a nuke, you mean? Ooh. Shit scares me. I played way too much Fallout. It helps make sure they don't land troops in your border. Oh, wait, the reason for nukes is to limit other nations' ability to invade or manipulate your country. So it's basically just a threat, right? Like we were saying earlier. Hairdressers use hydrogen peroxide in hair dyes and bleach. Do they still? Really? I always thought it was just they bought the developer and the powder nowadays. I didn't know they actually had to mix in the peroxide. Damn. It's just like a deterrence. That's the word. Thank you. My brain kept coming up with bait. Bait is not the right word. Anyone else ever had a 6-day hangover? I don't drink. So, cheers to that. I don't get hangovers. If you have a 6-day hangover, you might want to see a doctor, honestly. You might be, like, critically dehydrated. Cheers. Developer is? No shit. So, since you know hair shit, can I ask you questions? What does the number on developer mean? Like the 1, 2, 3, 4? I know what number to get. I've obviously bleached my own hair and did my own hair and shit, but what does it mean? Is that like the percentage of peroxide in it? Like the lifting power? Because I thought the powder was the lifter. Yeah, actually, like the actual lifting agent was the powder, I thought. But I did not go to school for this shit. Wikipedia says heavy water is 2H2O. Damn it. I was so close. So it's not H3O2 then, right? Sick. Anyways, you should read, if you ever get a chance, like go on YouTube and just look up heavy water and listen to a scientist talk about it for a while. It's terrifying. It's like the opposite of water. Like water is life for us, obviously. Like we are a lot of water. We depend on it to survive. But heavy water is literal poison. It's crazy. It's so weird. But it looks like water, I think. You can look up, actually, videos on how they put the bombs into the heavy water. Because I think it's like, even if the bombs exploded, nothing could happen in the heavy water or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somehow it protects the thing in it. It's been a while since I watched anything on that. I had the wine, oh, that's sugar. You need to get some fat in your body. Have you had any fats? You need to just, like, eat some peanut butter, baby. You need to get some fats in your body. You aren't on a 6-day hangover. You are critically, like, so what happens is when you consume, like, really high sugar drinks, you usually have a worse hangover, but it's because of the insane amount of sugar in it and the way you can kind of, like, help your body level out blood sugar levels is to eat a super fatty meal. So, like, a big old greasy fucking Five Guys cheeseburger and fries or something like that. That's why when you're hungover, you crave greasy food. Like, give in. Guzzle some fucking bacon, my dudes. It will help. There's no cure for a hangover, but it will help your body cure yourself from the hangover. My fucking eyes twitch again. I just can't. You would think I was an alcoholic from telling my mother earlier that to beat a migraine is to get a hangover. Mind you, I barely ever drink. I don't know if there's ever migraine cure. I don't think it's real. The limitation of MAD, it was developed in an area where nations openly were in conflict. That's just not true anymore, which is why it's a major concern. It's so scary. I feel so, yeah. I feel helpless. Unless you like have money, like what do you do from a distance? It's hard. The only difference is that heavy water has 1 or 2 heavy H isotopes on it. The 2H. Yeah, like that's it. But I guess I mean it makes sense, but I guess it's like magic. What is that? There's like a shirt out there you can buy, a nerdy shirt. It's like science is magic that's real or something. It really is. Migraines are just withdrawal symptoms. Withdrawal from an ice pick in my temple, you mean? Because that's all I seem to want when I get one of those. I got a burp. Excuse me. I have a friend in Russia and Ukraine. They both say the whole thing is fucked. Oh, God. I know one YouTuber said one of his worries is that he might not take out money if Russia gets kicked out of SWIFT, so he took out a bunch of money he wasn't comfortable walking around with in case that happens. To my knowledge, he does not have a bank account in Russia, and all of his money is made in dollars. Oh my God. That's so scary. And that's what I mean. Like, we're doing all this stuff as a world to try to cut off Putin, but it does cut off all the people at the same time. And, like, he obviously doesn't give a fuck what his people thinks. Think. Yep. Do your most to cope that doesn't harm yourself or others. We learn, we speak on what we can, and we do what our best. Wow, Katie. We do our best to do what we can in our sphere of influence. That's where I'm at least. Same. I just try to, like, learn as much as I can and educate those who want to know more about it. Because I feel like there's just so much bullshit out there and a lot of opinion. It's a lot of conjecture and opinion. A lot of the big buzz titles and news articles are just conjecture and opinion. It's not like real accounts of what's going on. It's hard. But I agree with you 100%. I think talking about it and just making it like the more people, just regular everyday people talking about it and making it known that we all know it's wrong and we don't agree with it, that does influence politicians on a certain subconscious level, I think. A little bit. Russian government has a history of not caring about its people. Is it a government? Is it much of a government? I don't really understand the tier system. I just thought it was like Putin basically being a dictator and people doing what he wanted, and he kills them and poisons them if they don't. Because he was ex-KGB, right? We discussed this earlier, and I think I was confirmed. Yoshi, I haven't. I haven't had time. I've been quite busy getting my house back together after being sick for a week. But I will get through them. I swear. It'll happen. I had to take care of a lot of animals, though. I've heard magic is just what we call something science has yet to explain. Ooh, I like that one. Magic is just what we call something science has yet to explain. That's beautiful. I always thought science was magic. Like, even learning it, it's still magical when you do it. Like making a smell. Like, we would make an ester in class, and our teacher wouldn't tell us what we were doing. They would just give us the formula, and we'd have to make it, like, physically. And all of a sudden, you'd smell banana Laffy Taffy extremely strongly, and they'd be like, "You made the smell of banana that they use in fake flavoring." Like, that is still magic. Even though I did it and I understand it, it's still magic to me. I love that. I never get sick of it. What up, Gun? How you doing, Honey Bean? So yes, but there is a class of cronies under Putin that don't agree with his actions. Really? Are they verbal about that at all? Well, Bina, that's the theory. I mean, that's the way it should be. The government should fear the people, not the other way around. But the problem is that our government is in so much debt that, like, there's like there's a percent of Americans that could literally just buy the government out of debt and own it. So the government basically is at the whim of those people. We don't know who those people are. They're beyond us. They're invisible bajillionaires. I mean, that's a conspiracy theory I kind of believe in. It makes sense because there's no other reason why all the dumb shit happens. Oh God, what is this glut? Irish journalist interviewing a Russian interviewing the Russian ambassador? Stop it. Should we watch this? Do you guys wanna watch, this? Oh, fuck, I opened it on the wrong monitor. Actually, we can watch it on this one. Russia is now and has long been a petro state. It's corrupt capitalism at its zenith. There's a large class of oligarchs that have a lot of power, even against Putin. Hmm. So do you think he's a puppet too? Oh, to answer your question, I don't know about other countries, but in Sweden, it's mandatory to indicate bottles of developer by percent of concentration. We sell bottles by 0, 3, 6, 9, and 12. Oh. Yeah, their volume here. That's what it is here too. Sorry, I was saying numbers. It is volume. So it's like volume 10, volume 20, volume 30. And so that's just, is that the percentage? Do you know what the volume is? No worries if you don't. Just curious. My shirt, this one? You're welcome. Cool, it's like tie-dye. I'm a sucker for tie-dye. All right, let's watch this. I want to watch this. This is going to be good.
Hello, Pikachu. Come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, I want to have the nightmare before Christmas is Oggy Boogie Man eat me out so I can feel their rough sloppy tongue as their flesh dissolves within me and their maggot cummies crawl inside my hole for an Oggy Boogie orgasm before Christmas you woo.
I had a patient one time with maggots in her hoo-ha. Anyways, I love you so much, Zoe. You remind me of the best times. You really do. You really do. I love them. They wake me up. I mean, every time we found them in a body, it's because that part of the body's rotting. I'm always just wondering how the fly got in there. That's the only part that gets me. Hopkins uses them. We have a leech and a maggot. Well, one department that services us with leeches and maggots. I shit you not. At Johns Hopkins, Johns Hopkins will do anything to you. Anything you want, they will do it. And we have one. I've seen people leeched. I've never seen maggots used, but I've seen people leeched for like insane swelling that's causing like intense pain or like ripping skin. Yeah, they raise them so they're sterile and everything, you know. For people that don't know, we're not like picking maggots out of something like roadkill on the streets. Like these are raised, cultivated in a sterile environment. So they're totally clean. But they are insanely effective at only eating dead tissue. And they will leave everything living alone. They will never touch living tissue. It's pretty magic. Flies in pussy a new kink? Maybe. I mean, I've been to Thailand, but the worst I saw was like, I mean, the worst. I saw someone crack a beer bottle with their pussy. All I can think about is the callus. Dude, maggots they creep me out. Like any little bug creature that undulates amongst like mealworms, maggots, anything that like I don't like it, creeps me out, but I completely recognize like they would be you can get maggot flour if you go to like co-ops and stuff nowadays, cricket flour, fly flour. They're an insane dose of protein and they're like crazy effective at wound care because when we slice away dead tissue, we don't have a magical mechanism in our mouth that says don't chew any further. You know what I mean? Maggots will not touch living tissue. Like they will leave the area once there's no more dead tissue. It's mystical. I'm not a pro in it. I've just seen it. I've never seen the maggot one in my hospital personally. Learned about it, but I have seen the leech therapy. They use it for like if someone. Sometimes people will get not. They'll get hit. A part of their body will get not hit really hard, and something happens. I think it's like some sort of an aneurysm in the vessels in that area, and that area will just balloon up with swelling to the point where the skin looks like it's gonna burst, and it's painful. And we'll put leeches on it, and they'll drain it fast. And again, they're cultivated sterile. But, like, I don't want a leech on me, don't worry, I'm not thinking this is cool. But if I had that, I'd probably let them do anything. The volume stuff is basically the same as the percent stuff. Volume 10 is 3. Oh, okay, cool. 20 is 6%. Oh. So, like, sick. Thank you. I'm educated. That's really cool, thank you. I was just thinking, I used a volume 2, but I didn't have much to bleach, just the rooty roots. And for as dark as my hair is, it lifts fast. It's fucking amazing, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, they, again, with the single-celled organisms that mystically do things. Maggots, like, what are they? Like, it's probably similar to a spider, like a ganglion. They're like a prepubescent maggot creature that undulates, but they won't touch living tissue, ever. They will only eat dead tissue, like something in their something. I don't know if it's a taste or what gross thing it is, but they won't touch it. So as long as it's not like a gangrenous thing, that's like what's the word? Like growing on itself, so it's gonna keep going no matter what. We can use maggots. Pretty cool. Oh, Kino, I got you, boo. Unless one of my mods gets you first. They're faster than me. Did I win? Oh, no shit. In World War I, they trapped flies specifically for wound treatment in the trenches. That's really cool. I'm trying to eat. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't look like noodles or something. Oh, I'd fucking vomit if they used it on me, but I'd let them if I had to. What are you gonna do? I'd rather maggots than surgery, to be honest. Because again, like no human being has the ability to tell where we can see physically where actual dead tissue ends, but that's not where the infection ends. You know what I mean? Or whatever's causing it. And yet they turn into flies that spit on their food to eat. I hate it so much. I actually hate it. I hate flies. They are so gross. I feel so dirty if one lands on me. I'm just like, oh, you vomited on me to taste me, and I hate it. They're so fucking gross. I agree. I agree. Same with like mosquitoes. Like I am one of those people that just is a buffet to mosquitoes. If I go outside in Maryland in the summer, I have to like bathe in the off spray shit. Um, but mosquitoes are like the number one pollinator in North America. Honeybees, actually, I don't think were native to North America. I think they were brought over on ships. Our number one pollinator is mosquitoes. Only pregnant females bite, and they do it once to incubate eggs. And that's it. What the fuck? But I hate them. But I like flowers. Very conflicted. I've marinated so many pollinators. You're welcome for your flowers, chat. Absolutely. I mean, exactly. It'd be faster, more efficient, like Mickey said, and you don't have to pay a nurse. Flies are vile mostly because they also have lots of tiny bugs on their bodies and feet like mites. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, think about what they eat, like the environment they're in. I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm assuming that flies are. It's similar to hobo spiders or brown recluse is the word. Brown recluse spiders. They're notorious for being deadly and rotting your flesh. There is no spider venom that can cause necrotizing fasciitis. That's a bacteria that lives on the surface of your skin all the time as part of the natural flora. But what happens is the environment that these spiders live in makes them fucking dirty. And usually, if they bite you, it's because you accidentally sat on one. Like, there's no fucking spider in the world that thinks you're a meal. I'll put my life on it. It doesn't exist. Unless it's like special, touched by Jesus spider. That's not common. You don't feel the bite, so you don't clean the wound, and whatever bacteria was on that spider is now in the wound, and that causes it. Or the bacteria on your skin that lives there all the time gets into the wound and causes it. It's like one of those things. in order to have a confirmed like species spider bite, you have to go to the clinic with the spider bite and the spider that bit you and give it to the doctor. Otherwise, they can never tell you what bit you. That's like impossible. We don't have that magic science. Like they can't look at a bite and be like, "Oh, that was definitely a recluse." It's impossible. Like that's not real. You have to have it in your hand and be like, "This bit me." And then they have an entomologist like look at it. Same with like ticks and Lyme disease and shit. Although I think there is a test for Lyme disease. Looking for the ring, and then there's like a blood test, right? For Lyme. CK, my blood has sprung forth countless crops and wildflowers across the land. Seriously. From coast to coast. If you have a salad tonight, you're welcome. My spirit's in it. Oh, it's unreadable? What do you mean? Oh, unreliable. Katie, I'm an idiot. Unreliable. Okay. Flies are. Oh, wait. The people of Russia suffer so hard. Like Biden said it, dropped the currency to the lowest it's ever been, and Putin doesn't care what happens to the people. Exactly, Yoshi. That's what we've been saying like for the last 2 days. I think myself, I think I can speak for chat when I say we're all bleeding for the Ukraine and the Russian people. I mean, I've seen the videos of the protests. I've seen the videos of soldiers throwing their weapons down and being like, "Fuck this! I thought it was a fucking drill." Like, it's tragically horrible. It's horrible. I see it. It's terrible. You're welcome, Squeaky. I mean, you're not going to get necrotizing fasciitis if you keep yourself in general healthy and your immune system up. And you're not like voluntarily opening your flesh and scrubbing it with cat shit or something. You know what I'm saying? A healthy, normal, immune system individual is not going to just get necrotizing fasciitis every time they get cut. It's usually when you're immunosuppressed, shit like that. You don't know what happened, so you don't clean it. You go camping, sit on a spider day 1, 7 days later. You know, you're really looking forward to that shower after camping. Little did he know. Kind of shit. You know? Wobbly!
Thank you for the resub. And hail the Dang Lord. There's a fruit fly. Kill it. Oh, I forgot to tell you.
Not only do I have a tarantula egg sac in one of my enclosures back here, a jumping spider put an egg sac on my wall. I've been watching it quite fervently. I'm very excited. Just something native. I'm not going to touch it. It'll be so many baby spiders, but it'll be cool. Yeah, my heart bleeds. It's just like I feel helpless. It's like it's the same with fungi. We need a sample to ID and help. 100%. 100%. I mean, it's the same with like food poisoning. Like a doctor can say you had food poisoning, but unless they have a sample of the food you think poisoned you, which usually is never the last meal you ate, it's usually like the meal 1 or 2 before that, and a stool sample like from hours afterwards, there's no way to tell because everybody's fecal flora is different. And really, it's usually like a bacterial growth in the food. It's not a poisoning by any means. It's a bacteria of some kind. To be honest, most things are not a drill, right, though? Like, if you're not in elementary school, I don't think there's drills anymore. Run. I love you, Cal. Sleep well. Drive safe if you're working tonight. Please, don't let the weirdos breathe on you. I love jumping spiders. And in Colorado, we have some really cool ones. We have the big red ones, the Apache jumping spider, I think it was called. And then we have these ones, they're pretty small. Like, I mean, not even. Their like body is probably half my pinky nail, but it's like peacock colors. It's like not holographic. What's the word? Duochromatic. But it's like peacock colors, and they're literally called like the magnificent jumping spider or something. They're so pretty. We have really cool ones around here. Totally harmless, by the way. Okay, outside of the military. I guess in the hospital we do drills too. But that's because, there's a high likelihood of shit happening. NATO's kicked off? I feel like this is the day I was live on January 6th and all that shit went down. Man, what's happening? Is shit happening like right now? Is there somewhere we can watch this? If I get cleared for mental stuff, I may leave for a while. Yoshi, you better keep me the fuck up to date. Best place for messages is just Twitter. They come no matter what. Sometimes I don't get a notification for them, but they definitely show up there. Thank fuck. Keep me up to date though, honey. Fruit fly. So the genus is, oh my god, Drusilla. Drusilla. Right? Drusilla. I don't know what ones they are around here, though. They're just like little, yeah, they're like the ones you grow in elementary school to like show the lifespan of a fruit fly. NATO, for the first time, has activated their response force. Is there somewhere we can watch this that I won't get dinged for? I feel like I need to be watching this. I feel like what the fuck? Drosophila. Is it Drosophila or Drosophilia? I thought there was an Elia at the end. I must have made that up. Drosophila. Melanogaster. Melanogaster. That sounds really familiar. Probably. I've never bought fruit flies from a pet store, so it's definitely not that. They're attracted to my gecko food, but I have 2 fly strips hanging right there, and they are just a fucking graveyard. I won't even show them to you. They're disgusting. Fruit flies. Drosophila. So it is Elia at the end? Drosophila. Drosophila. I like the Elia. It just sounds prettier. I don't know if I think I get in trouble for streaming CNN. I don't know anymore. There's no clear fucking rules. It's Drosophila? God damn it. I liked the other one. Okay. Little fruit fly. Did you know that they specifically breed fruit flies now that can't fly anymore? Just to feed to like little baby frogs and stuff? 420? Nuh-uh. Vissy, is it really? Did we make 420? Stop it. Oh my god, it's 420. Cheers to the central bitches. My neighbors. Drosophilidae. That's a cool word. I like that. It's a very emphasized Drosophilidae. Drosophil. Sounds like I'm trying to speak like a fucking the Dothraki. Drosophilidae. Huh. I don't know. What do they do? I pretty much forgot the entire show once that last season happened because I was just like, at least we had Breaking Bad. That last season to me felt like kind of like blue balls that I shouldn't have had because it wasn't arousing. You know what? Does that make sense? Like I walked away just sore and sad, but like I couldn't figure out why I even got to the sores part. It's terrible. I hated every minute. All of it. And y'all know how much I love that show. I have a snake named fucking Cersei. Come on, my dudes. Don't fuck me like that, HBO. At least buy me a drink first. That's what I say, Cake. If anybody's like, I think I'm gonna finally sit down and watch Game of Thrones, I'm like, do not watch the last season. Just pretend it doesn't exist. It was canceled after the second to last. Don't do it. Just don't. If I can give you any piece of advice for the future, it's sunscreen and don't watch that season. Because you really enjoy the show if you just don't watch it. The last season, I mean. Is Sansa. Oh, really? I don't think I got that far in the books. What chapter does or what book does all that happen in with Sansa, I guess? No spoilers, sorry. All the buildup for... It was like buying a really expensive firework that you saved up for all summer, and it didn't work. Like, all that anticipation and excitement, and you lit the fuse, you ran away, and you crouched behind the picnic table, and you waited. But you waited for a really long time, because Mom says it could go off for the next 30 minutes. You just don't know, Katie. Sit down. But it never goes off. And then a year goes by, and next year you go out there with more fireworks, and you see that sad, wet firework that never went off, kind of half disintegrated on the ground, stomped on, maybe some white dog shit on half of it. That's the last season of Game of Thrones, if anyone's wondering. Hydrate. For real, though. Mhm. I mean, still to this day, if I hear that opening theme song, my heart gets a little bit faster, and I think of that opening theme. Like, that's one of the very few shows that I don't skip the fucking opening theme in. I loved it. It was like that excitement every fucking Sunday. You never know what Cersei was gonna do. It's great. And then it happened. This is what? Poor Brienne. What? I can't. Watch the show. Just do not watch the last season. It's a fantastic show. One of the best I think that's ever happened. But do not watch the last season. There's nothing you can gain from the last season, I don't think. Like, do you guys argue? Would you guys argue that? Seriously, I don't know. I can't really remember much of it. Like, even the fight between the Mountain and the whatever, the Hound, was kind of like, oh, it was okay, but not what we wanted. I love the Hound and Arya. Were they only in that last season though? I feel like they were in a couple seasons. Correct me though. Seriously, I've never rewatched it. Like that last season soured me. Soured me hard. Multiple. That's what I thought. Because I love them. I mean, their dynamic was hilarious. I was honestly sad when they split part ways, you know? No spoilers. I know a lot of people haven't watched it. It's quite a show to get invested in. I totally get it. Like, how many hours is it total? It's a lot. And it's not a light show by any means. Dude, I can't. Okay. Disregarding the last scene, Arya was probably my favorite character. Her character development was so fucking cool. Not to mention the actress on her own time learned how to sword fight left-handed just to be canon with the books. So thank you. I can't remember her name right now. That was awesome. But she was so dynamic, and the people with no names and da da da, all that, like, no spoiler. I'm trying not to say any details so people that want to watch it can still enjoy it. And then the last season, officially my least favorite character, other than Bran, maybe. So swiftly done dirty. Like Maisie Williams. Thank you, Maisie Williams. I follow her on Instagram. I have names for some reason. She's really funny. She's a really funny person. If you ever get a chance, watch her Hot Ones on YouTube. 100% Mickey. I know. Have I ever shown you guys? I probably can't anymore. There's a YouTube guy. I cannot remember his channel, but he does. Oh, is it time? Okay. Give me a minute, okay, baby. He does like fake board meetings for movies. So he does what he thinks the board meetings actually looked like if the series or movie was terrible or whatever. Do not claw my face, young lady. Oh, you're wet. You just went outside. Absolutely not. Off. Ew, mud. She just went outside, little fuck. Is it Screen Rants? It's fucking hilarious. But he does like a little fake conversation between the producers and HBO, and HBO's like, you can have like 11 episodes or whatever, and they're like, man, if only we had more than 6, whatever many episodes it was, I can't remember anymore. 7 episodes to do this, and HBO's like, you can have 2 years if you want, if only. Like, it's fucking funny, but I don't know. I just don't know what the limitations are anymore. It's so fucking funny. She did wipe her paws all over me, bless her. Good thing I don't really care about dirt. I love them so much, but they're a little needy. My eyebrow is still twitching. I'm gonna scream. It's fine. Ryan George, is that his name? I'm gonna look him up because I'll give you guys the link. I would love to watch it with you. I just don't know anymore. I really don't know what's like off limits, on limits. I don't know, and I don't want to insult the dude. I think he's fucking hilarious, regardless of what your guys' opinion is. I would never share something with you guys because I hate, well, except like, Trump and Tuck Fuck and, those guys. Marjorie Taylor Greene, fuck them. I don't care. But no, content is there to enjoy, not to hate. Yes. Yep.
All right, so as you all know, we've been selling tools for
Pretend you didn't hear that, just in case. You right, though. Lilith is under my desk, so I swear I'm not lying. I'm going to boop her for you. I think it's raining. Her floof is very moist. Or it's trick slobber. I like emptied underneath this like corner of my L desk, and she loves to like nest under there. It's pretty cute. Poodles like to be under stuff. I've noticed that, and I've heard it multiple times from poodle owners. They like to go under tables, be like in a little cave. 420 cat, welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. Thank you for the follow, boo boo. What up? Ow. Oh, Squeaky, I'm sure it's stress. 100% stress related. Do you see what happened? I told you I didn't lie. I wouldn't. I can't. Oh, Vissy! Oh, you fuck. Oh, you fuck. I'm very excited though. Vissy made so if you ever do resin crafts, like pouring resin, Vissy makes them in her spare time and on her stream. You'll always have fuck ups. Not necessarily fuck ups, but ones you're just like, that did not work out the way I wanted, like the color mix or something. And what I do with my extras is I use them as like water dishes and decorations in tarantula enclosures. Because why not? I mean, it's otherwise it's just trash, like a big waste of plastic essentially. And Vissy was like, "Oh my god, I have so many I could send you." And I was like, "Bitch." Russia is off Swift as of 23 minutes ago. Wow. I can't believe it took that long. Yeah, me too. Retreat, dude. These dogs, they're just at my heel. Like, I'm the type of person where I kind of walk around my house, I walk a little frantically just because I'm doing shit. Like when I'm doing chores, like I'll speed walk halfway to the kitchen. Remember I forgot something in the living room. Turn around really quickly, speed walk back, get it. Sometimes I jump over a piece of furniture. Who knows? I parkour through my house. ADHD's a bitch. And the dogs, they never get sick of it. They will follow me a million times back and forth in the exact same area of carpet. Like I could spin in a circle and they'll follow me. It's kind of I've tested it. Like I've literally walked down the hall, turned around, walked back, walked through the kitchen, just casually like fucked with them and they will never stop. They won't like go around the other hall like I know you're coming from this direction. They got to be at my heels all the time. They're quite attached. Same, Vissy, same. And at first I felt really bad. I was like, I feel like I'm abusing my dogs. I've also like sucker punched them in the mouth just by walking and my hands are their head height. But then I watch them battle each other in the yard and I hear the meat thunk when their skulls smack together. And I'm like, oh, they don't feel feelings anymore. Huh. I'm glad mine aren't the only ones. I mean, there's no effect, right? Like I've like our door, my back door, where they run in from the backyard. Right when you walk in is my big stainless steel fridge. It doesn't like directly lead. It doesn't directly lead into the hall. It's not like a straight shot. And they have come flying in and just, I mean, going like fast, like 20, I mean, fast, really fast into that fucking stainless steel fridge, just full on head. Bonk. Nothing. They just get up, continue on about their business. And I've been concerned. Like it sounds like meat punch, like when someone gets punched in the face. And they just are completely unaffected. They have not they are solid, solid dogs. Same. Oh my god. Like that's these two will do that. Like one will run to the other side of the one will run to one side of my yard, which is I have a pretty big yard for living in a neighborhood. And they will run at each other full speed. I have no idea what their full speed is, but it's speedy. Like they're fast dogs. And just like the wall of death at a metal show, like goosh into each other and you hear like the smacks of teeth and skull and I'm like, "Oh my god. They're going to be touched." The relationship with your dog is like the relationship between a gang leader in prison and his little bitch. Grab my pocket. Hold my pocket. Yeah, you're right though. It truly is. Except like I don't know. It's a little weirder cuz like I don't know. If my little bitch had some shit stuck to his ass in prison, I would beat him for it because that ass is mine. I'ma fuck it, and it better be clean whenever I want it. Versus my dogs, like I'll get a wet wipe and help him out. You know what I'm saying? I feel a little bad. Also, I don't fuck their butts. Or any parts of them, really. Other than that, yeah. Hold my pocket. I'm so glad though, Vissy, because I mean, honestly, it's like masochistic at a certain point. You're like, how much abuse? I do love them though. What would I do without them? They're so snuggly. Cake, get some water. Well, don't drink water till you can breathe. Don't aspirate. She's still a hugger, Mickey. Like ever since she was like a little fucking butterball. And she's up on me at night. Like whatever way I sleep, she finds some crook in my body, whether it's the side of my hip or like if I'm laying on my side, like fetal position. She's either in my knee crook or she's in like my chest crook and does that little squirrel swirl. The squirrel swirl, say that 10 times fast. Right up against me. And if I, in my sleep, move away from her, I wake up because I feel her. She like slams her ass back into me, scooting herself closer. She'll do it all night long. But she's like so big. Oh, bless her heart. You got something stuck in your fur. Sorry. I had to get it. The squirrel swirl. The only thing I've ever seen is like squirrels sleeping in their burrow, like a little macro shot of them. They squirrel up in like a little swirl, like a cinnamon swirl kind of. These guys do the same. For how big they are, they can make themselves very small. It's weird. She does. She forces me to spoon her all night long, either in my knees or my chest, whichever way I'm directed. And she will like scoot her fat ass towards me if I move away. But I'm okay with it because it's winter and I'm freezing. It's great. It's like extra heat. In the summer, she doesn't do it as much. They do get hot. Trick gets hot. He'll like cuddle me for like 15 minutes and then he'll just like, he does like that very quiet, small pant, like a little bit of a tongue. And I'm like, you hot, bud. And then he jumps off the bed. Yep, that's the same Vissy. I wonder if that's a poodle thing. 'Cause she's the exact same. She does this and pushes. It's not just an adorable lean in. She like, and he does the same. Like he likes to burrow his head under my arm or something, and he pushes in. Yeah, it's very interesting. Parker wakes me up doing that. He has to slam himself against my leg. That's what she does. I don't think she's doing it on purpose. She's just really noodly and like kind of like we call her wiggly. Like when she gets excited, her whole body wags with her tail. She's very wiggly, and I think she just like to scoot towards me. It's just throw my body weight in this squirrel position. Who's your brother? You're gonna unplug me. Go get him. Go get him. Good job. The jealousy is fucking real. She is a bitch, though. I mean, if I'm like, I'll sit on the end of the bed crisscross, and I'll be sitting there like on my iPad playing a game, and Trick will curl up in my lap like a squirrel and sit with me adorably. Or he'll like sit like upright, just his ass in my lap and watch tea or something. He's a very strange dog. And she will very quietly walk behind me and then like her face first just slide between us so obviously, like so untactfully. And then she'll literally use her body to completely shove him off the bed and replace him. And he does nothing. He just sits there and takes it and then comes back and wants to cuddle. Like he has no response. But she does this all the time. Like I can't just pet him. She will try to nose in. Like I'll make her sit and stay and I'll be like, you can watch. And I'll make her watch me. She's very alpha dog, but I don't ever want that to turn into anything aggressive. Lilith does the same. Like her whole middle of her spine does like and she just gets so excited and her feet dance. It's fucking adorable. I love it. Legume, how are you, love? That's so weird. Oh, I hope they get to meet each other someday. I want to see the wiggle. Yeah, that's Lil. Like she will, and even if she knows like this is trick cuddle time, she'll do it like sneaky, like I can't tell she's doing it, and I'll just watch. I'll sit there. I'm like, Lil, what you doing? And she just slowly like smearing her face against my body, like I don't notice. It's fucking funny. It is this doggy hierarchy, and as long as it never turns into anything violent, like drawing blood. She humps him all the fucking time. It's hilarious. She's very mucho the alpha dog. He's a beefcake. Like he'll protect any member of the pack, but she gets her way. Like she is, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god, when dogs try to be sneaky because it's like so human, right? It's like I don't believe in putting humanistic traits on animals. What there's a term for it when people are like, he's sad." No, they don't feel feelings like that. But when they do shit like that, you're like, "What the fuck?" Jordan Peterson's lobster hierarchy. Do lobsters hump? I don't know. Humping is a big part of wolf hierarchy. Like the dominant females hump the fuck out of the males. Like I used to have a chocolate lab when I was a kid. She was super alpha of the 3 dogs we had. She would hump my dog Tanner's face if he was like laying down sleeping in the yard. She'd be like at the air above his head. It never ends. Women dogs are crazy. Anthropomorphize. Yes. Anthropomorphize. Yep, that's the word. Thank you. The stealthy dog move is just fucking funny. I'm making a plague doctor mask today and tomorrow, and you're going to love it. Oh. Oh, I'm so excited. Dude, I gotta send you a picture. I've been kind of working on the spare bedroom in my spare time, which is not much, but I between Zach and I, we have like hundreds of hats just for costumes and various things, like the unicorn hat and the taco hat and 50 million golf hats because apparently every time I went golfing, I had to buy a new one. And they were just all in a box, so I looked up on Pinterest a cool way to pin them on the walls, make them look cool. And I have the plague doctor mask and hat together as the center, and everything like comes out from it in like a sunburst pattern. I gotta send you a picture. It looks really nice, I think. And it's much easier to find a fucking hat. Jesus Christ. No, these dogs have never humped any person. Nope. And they don't hump excessively. It's usually like after they're exhausted from fighting. Like they'll like battle each other, just mouth each other outside and jump on each other and shit. Once one of them kind of taps out, like I'm fucking tired and starts panning, the other one will just like hump the other one's leg. Like I win. And it's over. That's it. It's never like sexual or aggressive in any way. Like it's totally just weird dog. It's like the hierarchy of dogs. Yeah, you kind of gotta respect it within certain bounds. I'm engraving all the big panels of the mask with, get this, illustrations from the Malice. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so excited to see it. Don't show me till it's done though. I want to see the finished product. My face got hot. I don't know if you can see that. I flushed. That's gonna be so fucking sick looking. I mean, the one you made, Zach, is beautiful. CK, is having a tight vagina bad for childbirth? No, it has no relation to childbirth in any way, shape, or form. No. You good. If you are a healthy, like, you've gone to the doctor and, you're like blood test healthy, you take care of yourself in general, your hormones that kick in when you prego and give birth are incredible. They change you in sometimes great ways and sometimes horrific ways. But they change you in ways that make everything looser and smoother and more lubey, ready for a baby head. Yeah, no, not at all. I've never ever heard a report of a vagina being different after having a child. Like other than like the obvious like getting stitches and recovering from childbirth. After you recover, like everybody's like, shit, snap back. Like I've talked to men like without their webs present. Everything's on board. I've never heard a report. I mean, never. No, I've never heard a report of a fucked up pussy from childbirth ever. I think it's a total myth that someone evil decided to perpetuate to attack women who gave birth to babies. I feel as stupid as I did reading that fucking report about Nazi shit. Takes about a year. Does it really? Damn, that's crazy. I can't even imagine. She only humps Reese when he jumps up onto something for some reason. Oh, that's fucking funny. Dude, Lil does the weirdest humping. Like, Trick, if he tries to hump her, he, like, gets up on her. Lil just grabs his back leg and, like, holds it like delicately, like with her two paws like this, and just like humps the air around it. I mean, determinately, but it's so delicate. It's very strange. Dude, Vissy, once, honestly, since we got Trick, I'd say we only saw his red rocket for like the first year and never again, really, ever. She is a lady. She's very much a lady about it, but she does make some very creepy eye contact if she catches me like catching them. I'll be like, "Oh my god, guys." She'll like look at me and be like, and then just go a little slower. It's a little awkward. But you know, they're dogs. What are you going to do? They want women to be inhuman. Well, that's the only way they can make us subservient again. Like we've managed to get most of our rights. We've managed to get some healthcare, a vote. Most most of the world acknowledges us as people. And so the only way to be better than again is to make us not human. It's the only way. Because I mean, with the way that media and the news and we all are very like uh international, I guess. Like we're talking to people across the country, across the world, you know. Information can't really be cloistered anymore. The eye contact, right? It's the eye contact. It's just a little like it looks like she's furrowed her brows a little bit. Like I don't know. It feels like I'm walking in on like a friend that's just like doing that dirty rub down on their bed where they're just like on their belly, fucking gape mouth, like on the edge. I feel like I've walked in on that. And I don't know what to do because there's a language barrier there, you know? Thank you, Myron. My inspiration was the blue ringed octopus, which is deadly, but very, very pretty. Reese is so creepy. He just randomly stares at us. Like, look around, pup's nowhere to be seen, turns back for 2 seconds, look around, and Reese is just staring at you. Dude, Trick does the exact same thing. Dude, it's got to be a poodle thing, right? It's got to be a poodle thing. Trick is the exact same way. And I don't know if it's worse or better in any way, but because Trick is so fucking black, like he is midnight black, not brown black, he is black black. Black, like Asian beautiful hair black, black black. He reflects no light, like not even his eyes. So if he lays down in the hallway at nighttime or on the ground in my bedroom, I cannot see him. It's impossible. Literally, I've sat in the dark and tried to adjust my eyes to find him, and you can't. But then the light will just like catch that little glimmer off of his fucking cornea, and it shines, and it's so creepy. He's literally just like 1 inch away from you, staring dead at you. What's up? Why did we bark? I think we're just fighting. I don't know. Oh, that dead stare. Because he was probably like, because I was walking like this and I was shuffling my feet really delicately to try to not kick him if he was on the ground. You know, I didn't want to step on him. So I was like dragging my toes. He was probably standing in the hall like, Mom's dying. What's wrong with her? Oh, yeah, Mickey. Trick's new thing he's been doing just in the winter when it's been really frigidly cold is I'll wake up in the morning and he's squirrel curled on my pillow next to my head with his face like this, like his eye next to my eye, like that. But he's asleep, but it's like that third eyelid. I can't remember what it's called. It's got a name. That third protective eyelid's the only one shut. It's very unsettling. Very unsettling. Literally, Bissy, that's what I think they're thinking. Like, it probably looks like I'm like maybe having like a seizure in the hall. Like the poor dogs, they have no idea. But he is. I mean, it is. I've accidentally almost stepped on him a couple times. Like, you know, got my foot on him and backed up and fallen backwards because he's just curled up in the hall. And there's no fucking way. I now have fairy lights in my hall, so don't worry. I've adjusted my home life to have glows in every room. Literally. Well, that's mine in the morning. Like, I'm pretty positive Trick somehow knows when I'm becoming conscious. Like, I must roll over or yawn or something before I know I'm conscious because he sits up from sleeping on the ground and he shakes his collar so hard it jingles really loudly, and I swear to fuck he does it every fucking morning. The second I open my eyes, he does it. Like in it at the same moment. He's not watching me. And then he's awake and he comes and cold noses me. That's if he hasn't squirreled next to my head. I swear he knows somehow. I don't know how. It's so weird. I hate these hallways. Like this wall, I have a wall that just like cuts my house hot dog style in the middle, but it doesn't go to either end of the house. It's just like this strange wall, and it's not a weight bearing, load bearing wall at all. I hate it. It makes our hallway again so thin. I can't push this chair through it. I had to dismantle this chair to get it through that hallway. It's the dumbest wall ever. I hate it. I love open floor plans. Big fan. Big fan. I like to have a place to be alone, but in the common area where you're like walking around a lot and doing stuff and there's other people present and dogs, it just makes everything so like, ugh, you're running into shit a lot. Is he staring at me? Where is he? Oh, did he leave? Behind me? He fucked off. He got sick of us. I have an extremely black cat who was my dad's before he passed, and she every night curled up in his chair, and if he was having back pain, he'd go to sit out there and always get smacked by her and his. I thought this was gonna be heartwarming. That's fucking way better. That's beautiful. Do they also just know when you're trying to take a pic? Abso-fucking-lutely. They look away. I guarantee it because Millie did it and so do these dogs. Like they can be dead asleep and I pull out my phone completely silently and I'll even say like if anyone's sitting near me, like don't do anything different, keep doing what you're doing. I be casual, don't mute anything, turn around, and I swear to fuck their eyes open and I'm like, how? I know they have supersonic hearing and shit. Like their sensory shit is much better than ours. But like what? How do they do it? Millie did it too. She would literally like hide her face in a pillow from a camera, and I'm like, please help me. It doesn't steal your soul, I promise. Yes, they do the same. They're that little weird eyelid will flip open, they see me, and they get up. And I'm like, stop it, you were so cute. Yes, I don't know what it is. It's got to be something different in the way we're breathing or behaving that they sense. Because dogs sense shit we are so beyond, you know? You guys know that. I have an extremely black cat. Oh, that's the hissing cat. I love that cat though. Big fan. Big fan. Rat zoomies are super cute though. You know what I loved is being woken up by my bunny when I was in college. I can't remember what it's called. It's like a binky. No, maybe that's guinea pigs do the binky thing. But rabbits, they like jump and flip their legs in the air and act really excited. It kind of looks like something from Cirque du Soleil. And you hear it, and it just means they're awake and ready to come out of the cage. Like if you put them in at nighttime, you know. I always let mine run around because they will never shit anywhere but the corner they choose, which was their cage, thankfully. I've woken up, not opened my eyes, maintained my breathing while I'm asleep. Same. I've tested it. Oh my god, Cake. I'm so glad I'm not the only crazy person that does this. I've tested it so many times. Like I'm like, you know, have one of those wake ups where when I'm awake, but I do nothing. I do not. I'm so aware of it and I lay there and I'm like, I'm going to experiment. I keep my breathing very shallow. I do not move. I'm comfortable already, so I know I don't need to stretch or anything. And I swear to fuck, within a minute, he will shake his collar and be at my face. And I'm like, how? Why are you full of black magic, though? I love it, but I've done it too. I experiment. I do all sorts of weird experiments. They are so like they hear and sense shit that I just can't. I don't even think to hide. Probably. Really, Mickey? Oh God, I'm so glad. It's fun, right? I mean, what else do you have a dog for? It's fun as long as you're not hurting a dog. Simple stuff that's like how sensitive are they? I'm sure it has something to do with our heart rate changing. I know when you sleep, you know, your heart rate goes really low and your breathing goes really shallow because your oxygen sats naturally go lower when you're sleeping because you just don't need that much. And there's got to be something, and they're probably waiting for it because they've probably already been kind of in and out of sleep all night, kind of need to pee. So they're probably like, you know, the way I picture my dogs every morning is they're the kid at the slumber party who woke up first, but it's not their slumber party and they're like, I need to pee, but I didn't ask where the bathroom was last night, and I'm hungry. Where's my mom? Help. like that kind of thing. So they're probably just staring at me already, like waiting. I was always that kid too. I was always the first to wake up. I've always been like early waker no matter what. I can't sleep in. And you always hear the parents in the other room, but you're like, I don't know this person well enough to go in that other room, but I need to go through that other room to pee really bad. But the parents are in that other room and now the hot little brother's there and I don't know what to do. And I would just sit there in my sleeping bag needing to pee for hours. I should tell that to my therapist. I'm glad I'm not alone. They sense your soul re-entering your body from the nether realm. Mud, I would not say no to that in any way. I believe in astral projecting. I think that shit's too real. Ooh, which question, Squeaky? Did I miss it? Oh, that humps and has direct eye contact. It's Lilith, the girl. Lilith. The pale one. The one that's... Her butt's right down here. You probably can't see her, though. That one. Her. She's the delicate, hump the leg and just, like, look at you, like... Her eyebrows, because her eyebrows, like, grow. She kind of has, like, really thick, like, Groucho Mark eyebrows. And so when she's not, you know, freshly groomed, they dangle over her eyes. So she always kind of looks like she has a scowl. It's the it might be confusing because I call her Billith a lot. Billith is like my nickname when she's being a noodle, when she's just being a dumb. When she gets, they're still puppies, you know, they're almost 2 years old, but they still act like puppies. They get way overexcited and they can't control their bodies and they wiggle all over. And maybe she'll like knock my bong over or a monster. That's when she becomes Billith. Oh, Bill. Or if she smacks my chest and claws the fuck out of me, she becomes Billith. That's Lil's butt right there. Show me your booty hole. Oh. No, don't really. She has horrible farts. Like killer room farts. Have you ever had any patients report out of body? I've never had patients like report anything like magical, like I was floating on top of the room, but I've had hundreds of patients say, like literally verbatim, report the conversations they heard while under propofol and fentanyl. Like verbatim. I've had that a lot. 100%. Just the butt, right? Nobody wants to see the hole. Oh my god. Stop it. Is she humping? Oh wait, I haven't muted. Creepy eye contact. If she catches me like catching them, I'll be like, oh my god, guys. She'll like look at me and be like and then just go a little slower. It's real. It's pretty real. Oh, it's too real. It's too good. But yeah, they actually when I went to medical school and you learn like your bedside manner. We take like a whole quarter on bedside manner. Great. Um, they at least my teachers and my preceptor always taught me it doesn't matter how unconscious or how dead or how not there or fill in the blank here you think your patient is. You always speak to your patient like they are a human and they can hear you. Always. And it's not just because you can get heavily sued if you say fucked up shit in a patient's room and they can hear everything and they report it when they come out of anesthesia. Or if you make jokes about a patient's body, you know, bullying, shit like that. That's happened. Like surgeons saying horrible things and the patient like being able to report it all back verbatim. Um, can you imagine like having that locked body syndrome? Like you're conscious and no one in the room will talk to you. Like they all pretend you're not there. I can't fathom that. I always speak to my patients. It doesn't matter if you respond or not. I still speak like, this is what I'm going to do now, Mrs. So-and-so, da 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 da. Always. Because, I mean, so many. I don't know exact percentage or anything. I'm not going to make any up some dumb number, but it's too many to tell you can recite what the surgeons talked about. And they asked the surgeon about their daughter's birthday the night after the surgery, and they never met their surgeon conscious yet. It was all spoke about over the whatever surgery was happening. Pretty crazy. But there's no like certain drugs this happens under or certain cocktails or anything. It's just certain people are kind of resistant to that part of their brain shutting down. They're usually people who have night terrors and stuff like that. They have problems sleeping. There's something about that part of their brain that goes unconscious when we rest. It has a really hard time shutting down, and we don't know what it is. At least I don't. I'm not a profession in that area. Neuro would maybe know. Being awake, even without the pain, with some. The reports I've always gotten, it's not like being awake and being aware. It's more like just remembering a dream conversation. Because they usually ask, like, did this really happen? Because all they'll do is remember the conversation, but they don't remember anything else. It's a different part of the brain. It's like they're hearing it, but their eyes aren't open. They're not like conscious. Because the drugs we put people under surgery, like we have the anesthesiologist, which is arguably the highest paid person in the room. They are that way because they're watching like your heart rate and your blood pressure and all these different. They have a huge machine that looks like a computer out of the 80s on wheels, and they're watching all these different things. They can tell, even if you don't move, even if nothing visibly changes about your physical demeanor, they can see it on these different little monitors they're looking at. I don't know what they are. I'm not an anesthesiologist by any means. And they can either knock off the anesthesia or give you more, depending on what's happening, you know? So that shouldn't happen. Unless, I mean, some people have freak resistances. It happens. Some people have stories, I woke up during surgery and shit. Like, nobody's exactly the same. Like we talked about, metabolisms, everything. Your body's so individual to you. We're all, in general, really similar, like in terms of how we function. But from the moment you're born, your body adapts to your environment and what you eat and who you're around and what's going on and stuff like that differently than anyone else in the world. Oh, cake. And I mean, I've been there for the surgery. Like, I can confirm it. Like, they'll recite it, and I'm like, I won't in the room, obviously, because they're talking to a family member. I'm not going to, like, butt into a conversation and be like, oh my God, you're right. But I'll be standing there like, oh, they heard everything. Everything. Like, verbatim. A huge factor in survival for people in those states. They tried to sedate me for a knee operation. I felt everything. Ugh. Did they ever find out why? Do you have a resistance or something? I'm just curious. You don't have to tell me. I'm nosy. Is it true redheads are more resistant to anesthesia? So it's people who have the true redhead gene, like they have the freckles, super pale skin. They can be highly resistant to painkillers. I know, like we usually have to give them a little bit more painkillers or a little bit less. It's one way or the other. I've never seen like a consistency either way. It's either they're super sensitive, like you sniff at them and they pass out forever, like you can't get them out without Narcan, or they wake up during surgery, like you really have to do it. I've never seen a consistency though. It's usually been one way or the other, and it's like like we're talking like the Weasleys are the only ones I've seen in a hospital, like personally, and usually they're well aware. Like I don't like to work with kids simply because dead children depress me. Big shocker. And being a respiratory therapist, you see a lot. So I worked mainly with adults, and adults usually know by then. So they inform the doctor, like, just so you know, if you give me that drug, I will pass out for 7 days and never wake up. I will be dead. I will die. Or, I need this. Like, they'll usually have patient charts and shit that state, like, something happened, something horrible, sadly, that taught them they needed double the dose or less or something like that. But yeah, it's something in their actual DNA that does this, and I don't know exactly what it is. Hi, Pyro. How are you, love? Who had fucked up anesthesia events. Like that one time a dude was paralyzed, but he felt all the pain from the surgery. That scares me too. I've never seen it though. Like I've seen countless surgeries. I'm not trying to flex. I worked in a surgical unit, so like so many. I have no idea how many. I'm not a surgeon, but working in a surgical unit, you take care of every single fucking surgical patient. I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it ever. I've seen some hella fucked up shit, mind you. Never though. I think it's like one in a bajillion that happens to in such an extreme level. I think it has to because I had to have seen it. I've seen people like the fentanyl makes them think they're a horse in a horse corral they're gonna get shot because their legs broken or something. Like they will. I've had a patient scream at me El Diablo when I walk in the room. Like all he spoke was Spanish and he swore to God I was the devil, and it was like coming off the painkillers from a surgery. They start to hallucinate and can see some really fucked up shit. Never in my life have I had anyone come out and say they felt anything though. And I've worked at like a really nice hospital theoretically the number one hospital, and I've worked at a very scary community hospital where it's like what we call cowboy medicine. Don't go there. Um, Never. I've never seen that. I've read about it, and everybody has a friend who it happened to for some reason, but I personally have never seen it in my life, and I am the first person you speak to out of surgery because I'm the one who extubates you. Mwah. So I feel like if it happened, I'd probably be there for the conversation. Usually, what comes out of their mouth is their feelings about the whole procedure, you know? Ginger people need on average. Is it they need on average more? I've seen it both ways, so I couldn't really say if it was like leaned. But yes. Short answer, yes. Drugs and pain medication and anesthesia is oftentimes different in people who are, have that red hair gene. Gingers also have mean wieners, bean wieners, big wieners. Dude, I don't know about big wieners, but I will say gingers have the pinkest balls I have ever seen in my life. Hi, Allie. How are you, love? Source, I've done a lot of catheterization. Many balls, so pink. Like a really pretty, probably a beautiful fuchsia nail polish color. But like see-through, like a jelly fuchsia. Uh, Apparently, when I was 5, I had my tonsils out and pulled my IV out during surgery. I remember nothing. This was the early 80s when this happened. Scary. Usually, we tie you down during surgery just because you can do that shit unconsciously, like without actually waking up. You can do that just in a sleep phase, like a bug crawls on your arm, you can wipe it off without fully waking up. I found some of those genetic markers interesting. We found the tan beige rats tend to bleed more during surgeries. Really? I wonder what that is. That is interesting. That's shit. I love that stuff. I mean, it's sad, but very interesting. I wonder what that is. Some sort of like a platelet correlation, I guess, to fur color though, or maybe to melanin, because melanin they have found a correlation between black people and sickle cell. I can't speak to the exact specifics of it, but it's like extremely high rates for some reason in people of black skin. So maybe it has something to do with melanin and platelets. I don't know though. I am not a professional in that. There's a lot of different areas in medicine. If you haven't picked that up yet, if you like something in medicine, there's probably something to go into. You're resistant to lidocaine and allergic to it? What happens if you get it? What happens if you get it? That's like in all dental stuff, yeah. I had an adjustable suture on my right eye, so they put me under, woke me in the middle of surgery to ask me a question, get me to focus, and then put me back under. When I was younger, I remember the metal section a bit, but didn't feel anything, and as I've aged, I've generally forgotten it. My sense of humor is intact, though, because I said something that cracked the OR up. Oh, please tell me. Pink jellyfish balls, I'm telling you. Like, no shame, they're beautiful. All balls are beautiful. Do not be ashamed of your testicles. They all pretty much look exactly the same. But Ginger's got pink ones. I had surgery last June and they had to strap me down before I could even ask why I was out. Yep. We do that all the time and people will take offense, they'll be like, I'm not crazy. And I'm like, this is, people do shit in their sleep all the time. I'm sure every single one of you have gone to sleep with socks on and woken up with 1 or 2 less socks and have no recollection of taking the socks off. Yeah? Yeah. It happens. But the difference is taking a sock off in your sleep is cool. Ripping out your endotracheal tube will maybe bring your vocal cords with it and you don't get to speak again or eat with your mouth. You now have a trach hole in your neck and that's your life. We don't want that. I'm protecting you from you. It's it. That's it. I would never do it maliciously to somebody. We don't even strap down people who are like losing it, like mentally, like they don't do that because it tends to make people more crazy. We try to help with words and soothing sounds and soothing tones. It always works better to treat a human like a human. Vitamin K? Oh, ketamine? Or like an actual vitamin? Does it help with clotting? I don't know. Fun fact for me, doctors at my local hospital have a special category for me. It's called horse labeled. Stop it. Is it just because you have horses? So they're like waiting for you to hurt yourself? Stop it. A horse tap danced on my face when I was 12. Am I a horse person? Am I horse labeled? Forever? What is this world? Really? No, it's really cool. The one, like, thing about, if you go into, like, human medicine, they don't teach us shit about vitamins or supplements because none of it's FDA regulated. So I mean, what I know about vitamins is the ones that are naturally occurring in the body and the ones you need to eat. And beyond that, I'm, like, lost. But ketamine, I've had a lot of experience with in the ER. A lot. Is it a problem if I wake up with extra socks? Um, are they fresh? Do they have presents in them? Santa might be confused. I don't, yeah. Are they, like, stiff? K is potassium. You right? Why are you doing ketamine in the ER? So, they use ketamine mainly in my experience. The only times I really saw ketamine was used with kids if they wanted to do, like, a quick suture, and the kid was kind of, it was, like, close to a delicate area. So, for instance, a lot of the time it would be, like, little kids would run into each other in the playground and, like, split their eyebrow open or split their cheek open, and they would give them a very short acting dose of ketamine to knock them out for, like, 10 minutes to sew it up so that the kid doesn't, like, move, so we don't sew into their eyeball or some other delicate part of their body. It's usually literally to protect the kid from the kid. That's the only time I've ever seen it used, though. Personally, I've heard it used in other areas, but I've never seen it used in other areas, just in that. And even then, I've heard reports that's not great for kids because ketamine is a I don't know exactly what it does. I'm not a nurse. Nurses know much more about pharmacology than I do. But visually, the difference between a patient getting propofol and fentanyl, which is what we would give you if we were going to intubate you or reset a hip or something like that. When you give a kid ketamine, their eyes don't close. It's like all the muscles in their whole body just relax and their eyes get really droopy and they just go "Bruh." And they can still like half flutter their eyelids at you, but they can't respond. They're out. It's an amnesic theoretically. They don't remember anything, but there have been a lot of reports of kids having night terrors after ketamine. So some hospitals won't touch it, some will. It's all personal choice. I'm not the drug giver. I'm the intubator. Yeah, it's creepy. I mean, it's one thing to see. I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't creep me out when I see an adult glaze over from the drug we give them or whatever. But when you see a kid like looking at you, curious, looking around the ER, just like they're on heroin or something, that's what it looks like. That heroin. It's creepy. It's something that would never happen naturally in a child outside of passing out in your arms. Ooh, you get lidocaine injections when doing dental stuff, but I can't use topical lidocaine because it burns? Oh, fuck. Ow. Same thing with lubes. I was gonna say, it's like in most anal lube, isn't it? Oh, that made my asshole squeeze so tight. I'm never gonna shit again. Oh my fucking God. You poor thing. What did you do? What do you do about that? What did you do? It looks awful and very unnatural. The only hospital I've seen it used was the tiny shitty one. And by shitty, I mean extremely low staffed cowboy medicine kind of thing. Like half the staff you need on night shift isn't there on night shift, so you wing it. Or you ship them if you can. If like the transport won't kill them, you ship them. That was the only place I ever saw use it. Hello, Mayo. How are you, love? It's because it takes about as much anesthesia to knock me out as it does a horse. Oh, fuck. No shit. Last surgery I had, the docs used a normal dose despite me telling him it wouldn't be enough. Oh, God. And when they started the incision, I said, fucking ow, you blue condom wearing asshole. The shit we come up with when we're like distraught is poetry. That's beautiful. To quote myself. And then they gave me more, enough to knock out a horse, and I still woke up mid-operation. Do you have like an insanely fast metabolism, or do you know why you are that way? I'm the polar opposite. I get sniffed with pain meds and like they have to Narcan me awake. I always tell them that. I'm like, if I don't wake up when you try to wake me up, just Narcan me because I'm not going to. NyQuil knocks me out for days. I don't know why. I must have a turtle metabolism or my liver's dead. No clue. I'm done. Like I'm done for on that shit. The same though I was going to say like they didn't trust you or didn't follow your advice. For me, I run cold. In my family, I feel like I have a hair in my nose and it's driving me nuts. All the women in my family have very low blood pressure. And by the way, it's almost 4:20. Thank you so much, Vissy. What time is it? Stop it. 5 minutes. Thank you. Extremely low blood pressure, like really chronically low, but it's normal for us. And we also have really, really low heart rates and we have really low body temperatures. Like the normal person's around 98.6. I run about 96. Normal, though. There's nothing wrong with it if it's your normal. And I have to write that on my charts when I go to these fucking clinics and shit. And I swear to fuck, they'll take my temperature or, listen to my heart or any of the above and look at me like, are you on something? Do you have a tight rubber band on your elbow or something? And I'm just like, okay. It happens all the time. I mean, all the time. Please be your own advocate. Please be your own advocate. If you think something wrong is happening, ask. A nurse is more than happy to hang out and talk to you about what's going on. More than happy. Don't tell her how to do her job or his job, their job. But ask. If they're heating you up because they think you're at a critically low body temperature, but that's your normal temperature and you feel like you're going to die from the heat blanket, say something. Due to thyroid, see, and I've had my thyroid checked. Never. Nothing wrong. Apparently, it's normal. Sadly, everything about me. I gotta repack a little bit. Yeah, I've had it checked multiple times just because chronically cold, Eat like a turtle, eat like once a day, totally fine. Shit like that. Things that normally would be like, maybe something's wrong. Nothing. 4 minutes. I know I'm grinding. I'm getting it. It's 4 minutes till 4:20 if you give a fuck. Wow. Sorry. I'm gonna grind up. Breath mints. It does not smell like mints. No idea where that name came from. Hell yeah, Squeaky, it's almost my 420. Join us if you like. When I was in hospital before my gallbladder surgery, I asked the doctor to triple my dose of hourly pain meds, and he thought I was an addict. No addict would act for that straight out. Come on now. We all know that. Come on. Come on. I had to call my pain doctor during Christmas. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know what, though? Your pain doc probably was there for you. Pain docs are some of the most empathetic humans I've ever met. They see people at the edge. I'm sure you know. I don't need to tell anyone that lives with chronic pain, but those docs, they bleed for their patients, man. Most of them. I'm sure there's a shithead, but most of them. Cash syphilis animal. What? Money koala. What? Oh, are you talking about this creature? Would you like to know the story? Zoe made this for me. Well, not the koala, but the thong. It's a thong. Well, Zoe made it for me as a gift, but it's from my spiel. Every time you forget to use your Prime sub, you are firmly tucking a $5 bill into the greasy G-string of Jeff Bezos. And he makes like $8 million a minute. Stop it. Go use your Prime sub. It doesn't have to be here, but use it. I just don't have anything with an ass big enough to accommodate a human thong yet. So I put it on my koala from when we saved the koala charity after that huge fire in Australia happened that was terrible. Zoe's a fucking bitch angel. But I put it on kind of like the Borat, like over the shoulders kind of style. I'm going to find an ass mannequin. I'm going to find one. It's too good. But don't forget your fucking Prime subs. Hi, Greg. What up? Precinct. That's too real. It's too close to home. I love that koala. Actually, my friend Ginny got that for me as a Christmas present. It's it was a sponsor a koala that was rescued from those horrific fires that happened. How many years ago was that now? 2 or 3? 3? But if you sponsored one, he sponsored one in my name for my birthday, and I got a koala in the mail. It was pretty fucking cool. It's truth. It's too true. Too true. It's almost 420. I gotta pay attention. Gotta pack a bowl. It's almost my 420 if you'd like to partake, but no pressure. An Asakin, exactly. Actually, I wrote down yesterday what I'm supposed to Google because underwear mannequin, because I literally Googled ass on a stick, and that was not a good idea. Don't do that. I can save your life, but man, figuring out a Google search term. Ass on a stick. I can't say it was a fun ride. I will say yes. There was an adventure there. Aw, Nick, hell yes. I was talking up CBD this morning. Someone in chat was saying they had a couple kind of not good experiences with weed and they really wanted to get into it, but they had no idea. And I was like, gave them some tips and stuff, my general tips and tricks on not getting too high and stuff and smoking instead of edibles. But I always suggest everyone fucking keep some CBD in your house. Is it 420? 420, motherfuckers! Smoke it if you got it. But if you don't, that's okay. And if you don't like weed, that's okay too. Join us. Drink some water. It's way better for you anyways. I'll get high for you. Cheers. I almost burped. Nope. Okay. I've burped while taking a hit and then had to inhale that burp. Do not advise. Fuck yeah. That straight is so smooth. Crazy. Magnissimo? Mag's here. Hi, Mag. How are you, love? Bless. Everything's a butt plug if you're brave enough. That's what I've been told. However, I'm sure you would agree with me. Never stick anything glass and hollow inside your anus. I wouldn't. That's a hard no. Fuck a dick. Leave. Nope.
Scary clown.
I don't know which one it is. Pyro! Bitch. I mean that in a lovingly way. I apologize. I'm coughing. Thank you for gifting 5 subs in my channel. Pyro was just gifted the gift of no ads for an entire month to 5 different people in the channel. Thank you so much for being here and accepting these wings upon your anus. Soul Kid, White Wolf, Zombie Girl, Digital Drifter, and I'm Void Egg. Enjoy your emotes. Hail the Dank Lord and wash your fucking hands. It is, dude, this bong. So it's like it's not Nintendo licensed. It's like a, I don't know what you would say, a not licensed Yoshi egg with like the little 1-up mushroom in it, and then they put the little Mario star on it. But it has the Hemper H. There's your difference. Use code ClassHole for percentages off. Hemper shit, which is cool. But yeah, it's like when they released them, I think last April. And if you ordered one, you didn't know what color you were going to get. We all got different colors. Some people got purple, orange, green, blue. I think there was a red one. I think that was it, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was it. Yeah, exactly. It's totally not a Yoshi egg. TM. Sure. Sure it isn't. I've been called worse things than bitch. Some people take bitch super offensively, just like where they live in the world, it's not often used. I'm used to like, my bitches, what up? So I just don't want anybody, I'm overly sensitive because you never know who's listening. I don't want anyone to feel like shit, except Putin and Trump, and maybe some various people that are underlings, maybe. Or maybe just have like violently hot shits. like, not be able to leave the bathroom violently hot shits. That'd be great. The green one was my favorite too, just because it actually looked like the Yoshi egg. But I was happy I got anything but yellow. My skin is very yellow, and because of this, like when my mom would try to dress me in yellow as a kid, I would look like I was jaundiced, and I've had this huge aversion to the color yellow ever since. Like just my whole life, I'm just like yellow, get away from me. I hate it. So if it would have come yellow, I probably would have shattered it and ordered a new one. Or painted it or something. But yellow is my nemesis color. I don't like it at all. I like orange. I like light burnty oranges that are really close to yellow, but like just that butter yellow, like I don't know, yellow. Fucking prime yellow, I don't like it. Dude, this whole house is painted so weird. No shame on Bree and Scott. It's like navy blue with three colored doors that lead to the outside. And every door leading down the hallway to every room is painted a different color. It's very strange. Just accepted it. I will paint it eventually when I can afford it. But yes, the yellow door is a little, not my favorite. I think it's like Colorado colors. It's supposed to be like yellow and blue or something. I thought we were orange and blue. I have no idea anymore. I don't know. I'm not a big sports person anymore. Wait, which part's this part that's straight about you? Wait, which part? Did I miss a part? Help. Yeah, like an orangey yellow I'm chill with. But you get into like that creamy, buttery, yellowy, like limey yellow. That's the color of my skin, and I think that's why I hate it. I'm very olive toned, so like the dark circles under my eyes are that color. So when I look at it, I'm just like, no, don't need to accentuate that. No, your name color is not bad. Nope, you're fine. For some reason, your color doesn't hit it. It's something more yellow than that, like less red in it, maybe? I don't know. Every monitor's different, though. Like, literally, I'm on my middle monitor, so I can't, like, move it. This is the gamey PC versus the other one. Otherwise, I'd move it to a new monitor. It might be different. On this monitor, it looks absolutely peaceful. Don't worry. I also have Twitch on dark mode. Who the fuck lives in light mode anymore? Jaundice yellow would be a nice contrast to your blue hair and red sweater. Weird, right? It's almost like I planned this. That's the only pro, I think, to having olive tone skin is you can wear these colors. I can pull off some weirdly vibrant colors, and they don't look too, like, startling on me for some reason. Like, I'm not tooting a horn, but not everybody can have blue hair, I guess. And I don't think I look horrible with blue hair, even though it's very grown out. Don't judge me. I will eat your name color, though, if you want me to. Oh my god, I get it. It's the period. I'm straight edge, and that's the only thing. I'm an idiot. Thank you for clarifying. Wow, Katie. Good for you, though. I hope you have some sort of vice in this world. Vices don't have to be drugs or anything that you consume, but I truly believe we all have to have a little sin in our life to stay sane. It's just good for you, I think. Like, I love coffee. I don't think they've proven caffeine's terrible for you. In excess, anything's terrible for you. I love my coffee and my weed. People who don't suffer from eye strain, do those exist? Yes, like a sunflower yellow. I actually think I have that color in my eyes. Maybe that's why I don't like yellow. I don't know. Me too. Oh my god. Pinterest still doesn't have a dark mode, I don't think. I had to get a dark mode for my browser because I just can't stand it. That blaring white. Now that I've been spoiled by all these wonderful websites that will allow dark mode, when I get one that won't, I'm just like, everything hurts. Why do you hate me? Is this an attack? Is it personal? I have light-colored eyes, and now they're scorched. Tea? Oh, I love tea. Are you talking like sweet tea, or are we talking like tea? Same. Oh my god. Every once in a while I'll pull up something on my computer and be talking to you guys and not realize it. And it's so stark. I'll watch like the VOD and there's just like 15 minutes where I look ghostly. Because of the reflection off the monitor. Yeah. They can be pretty fucking bad. Dude, the light eye curse, man. I have sunglasses year round. I don't know how people go outside without sunglasses on. I would be unsafe to drive without my sunglasses. I just can't. Like, I can't physically, like, I don't think my pupils can get small enough to, like, shut out all the light that's sometimes outside. Like, I remember driving home in the morning from Hopkins. For some reason, it was just that time of day during the fall and the spring. I think both. I don't know. The direction I had to drive home from Baltimore, I was just, staring directly into the rising sun coming over the horizon the entire drive home, which granted was only like 20 minutes. But for me, it was like burning me. I could get a migraine in that 20 minutes just driving home. So I'd have like my visor, that visor down, like a ball cap and sunglasses, like trying to get home. It was so dangerous and so bad. Oh, I love Earl Grey. Have you ever had like a London fog? That's like my treat if I like go to one of the Starbucksy places. London fogs are so fucking good. After I found out that most people don't have brains that constantly tell them they're horrible, worthless people, using bad memories as examples, I just assume that anything wrong with me isn't universal. Isn't that weird? Oh my god, I watched, completely pertaining to that, I watched a YouTube video the other day, and it was people who were vax hesitant versus doctors trying to, argue vaccination, why we should vaccinate our children. It was all about vaccinating children. And all the people who were vaccination hesitant, their only reason was a completely isolated personal experience that they wanted to generalize across the population. All of them. I don't know where that came from. I thought we were all taught that at some point in like elementary science classes. Like, you don't ever apply personal experience to a population. You can't physically do that. Humans are way too varied in every fucking way to do that like consciously and be right or even close. And all of them, and they were adults and they were like, I had a bad experience, so I don't want any kids vaccinated. And it was like, my brain, like, I think I shit brains out that night. I have less now. Because the cerebral spinal fluid swelling from the stress, my body was like, gotta shit a brain out. Can't handle all the lobes. You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened? It's very alarming. I thought I learned this, like, when you learn, like 6th grade. Like, my 6th grade science class, I think. I thought. Maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know. It makes me sad because that's so dangerous. In terms of science, that kind of thing. She's very snuggly. I could literally go lay on top of her and she would not do anything. I have fair blue eyes. You have beautiful eyes. I know. I love your eyes. And we just had snow, which is, oh my god, it's horrible. Do you get that horrible, like, snow blind? Like, every time I go to let the dogs out, when I come inside, I have to close my eyes and just stand there for a couple minutes because I'll just be blinded inside. I can't see anything. It's so bad. Oh my god. My eyes are nowhere near as light as yours, and I definitely get that every single time I go outside. And, like, I have blaring lights at me right now. Like, I have, like, studio lights for streaming, and that shit is burning. It's so bright. Yeah. Really? Do you guys wear sunglasses all the time? Because I literally have them all the time. I have them in every room in my house. Like, I live on them. I got a vaccine, and now I think my ability to stick coins to my skin that I've always had is actually caused by vaccines. Thank you guys for saying I'm smart. I didn't mean to come off as, like, pretentious. I don't want anyone to think I don't think I'm better than anybody. Maybe I take for granted just the shit I've picked up throughout life. I got brown eyes because I'm a sarcastic bag of shit. Oh my god. My dad used to make a joke about that when I was a kid. My stepdad. He would like, what color are your eyes? Oh man, I could have swore they were brown if I was like kissing ass because I wanted to get my way or go somewhere or something. All the fucking time. None of my siblings have brown eyes, just an FYI. Not one of us. I got that walking in a field, everything turned pink. It's almost like a sun flare or like having someone take a picture, like a really bright flare, like a flash in your eyes. Driving at night when it's raining doesn't bother me, but I do get kind of, I don't want to say blind, but my vision is not top during the twilight times. So like there's, I guess in different places it's different depending on how many mountains and shit you have around you, how much sunset time you get. But there's this really creepy time when the sun's down and almost all the light's gone, and like your brain thinks you can still see, but if you look directly at something, it will disappear from your vision because it's that dark. Do you guys know what time I'm talking about? It's like later than twilight. It's like right at that edge of night. That time is very scary for me. I sometimes will just pull over and wait a couple hours. I don't like it. Like I will see, like street signs will like flash or flare or something, but if I look directly at them, I can't see them. It's too dark and it's too far away. It's weird. It's a weird time of night. There's just not enough light for your eyes to adjust right. There's not like enough of a lack or enough of a surplus. I don't know how to word that. You know what I mean? Are you allergic to flu vaccine? Do you know what you're allergic to in it? Just curious. I'm nosy. I'm sorry. You can always tell me to fuck off. Always. It's a medical professional habit. We have no boundaries. It's terrible. My studio lights were CFLs, and even those are hot and bright as hell. If I ever get more, I'm getting LEDs for sure. Dude, I have LEDs, and I still don't direct them at my face. I actually have them. I have two. They're like those, they look like the Logitech monitor lights, but they're off-brand because I ain't spending that kind of money. And I have them facing the wall. And then all this is the bounce off the white wall because just those lights are startlingly bright for my eyes. They burn. And my wall's not white, it's gray. I have a gray soundboard. Absolutely, fatty. Any fucking time. You tried both the egg and the non-egg and still have to be EpiPen? Yeah, I wouldn't fuck around with it then. Nah, dude, that's smart. I mean, some people are allergic. You just gotta be smart. You know. Wash your fucking hands. You know what's up. Too much contrast between the lack of the light and what your headlights are lighting up. It's probably that. Honestly, I feel like I'm better in it without my headlights. I don't turn my headlights on until it's dark, because with my headlights, I feel like I trust it too much almost. Like I trust my vision more than I'm actually seeing. It's like when you look at a light bulb, I assume it's the sun reflecting in your eye from the snow. Probably. Snow is very bizarre. I learned some stuff about it when I was taking a few biology classes in college. If you look at a glacier and it's blue on the inside, that's actually a lack of oxygen for some reason, but I can't remember why. It has something to do with the temperature and the cold and whatever. And snow is kind of the same. And it's not a solid. It's many little particles of ice, right? So all that reflection, instead of think of all the additional surface area, I guess. That's a lot. It's a lot of surface area to reflect light. That's probably why. I remember I've only been sunburned in my life maybe 3 times, and 2 of those times were snowboarding. The reflection off the snow on my chin or something, I would have a burn on my neck. It was horrible. And I don't burn. That's the only reason I don't sunburn. But I wouldn't think about it, and that reflection off snow would burn my skin. It was terrible. I trust you. I mean, I get it every year just because I've had the flu, and let me tell you, you want to die if you get the flu. But just because I get the flu shot doesn't mean I don't wash my hands and wear a mask and hand sanitize around people, because you never know. I don't want to fucking give anybody anything. Mayo just gifted a sub to Kinogol. Kinogol, you're about wizard of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way and enjoy your fucking satanic emotes.
And hail the Dank Lord, bitch.
Okay, so premise. Sorry. My eye's been twitching, this one, all fucking day, and I'm going a little bit insane. It's cool. I should say it's been twitching for 3 weeks. But I noticed it today again. So premise. I want to use board games like Solomon Kane, Darkest Dungeon, the board game, etc., to raise money for cancer research. I call the project "We Don't Play Games with Cancer." I think that's pretty fucking clever. I like it. I like the premise so far. Snow is so fucking up. You can literally get blinded if you snowboard without proper goggles. I never snowboarded without proper goggles just because I've always had light eyes, so I've lived with sunglasses. Like, I've always had nice sunglasses. Don't judge me. I have fucking nice sunglasses because my eyes I'll be blinded. Like, I'll get migraines. It's terrible. And if you have light eyes and the light bugs you, get some fucking sunglasses. You can get, like, UVA protectant ones at a gas station these days for $5. It's crazy. And some sunscreen, bitch. Dude, gamers, that shit always baffles me. I love it. I mean, it, like, gives me a space boner. Like, how they determine what planets are made of by how light refracts off them. Oy, oy, oy. Hard. Hard. Both times it was overcast, like the snow, tons of light reflecting. I've heard that we burn worse in an overcast because the UV rays are getting through, but not the sun, so we don't really think about it and we stay out in it longer. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a dermatologist, but I've heard that from people before. I wear sunscreen every fucking day, but when I was a kid, I did not, and I'm just trying to make up for lost time. I didn't burn, so I just didn't think about it, but I realized that you don't have to burn to have skin damage. I don't want to look like a wallet. Oh, God. Hold on. Stop it. Tanks used in urban areas have a number of weaknesses you should know about. This thread explains what you can do to sabotage their combat abilities. Stop it. People are giving advice on Twitter how to sabotage Russian tanks. Well, ain't that just heartwarming? I was saying, Moist, like, I've only sunburned in the winter, and it's twice, and ever since then, like, I slather my neck in sunscreen when I snowboard because it's just a mess. This is, like, somewhere that doesn't get sun naturally anyways, so when it sunburns, like, if you've ever sunburnt an ass cheek or your tit, it's like that kind of sunburn. Like, it's so bad because it's just not exposed to sun. And oh God, that was the worst. It was the worst. I still remember it was fucking years ago. It's all over Reddit. No shit. God, that's so weird. I don't know if this is good or bad. Like, I feel like it's coming from a good place, but I don't know. Is this good? Should we encourage this? Ain't that some shit? I love the coming togetherness. I think that's very cool. Not scientists. You mean the paleo nutritionist on Instagram? Paleo nutritionist from SoCal bikini model hashtag. What's up, ladies? Stop it. I can't. Don't insult people that actually go and murder themselves in school for a very expensive piece of paper that means absolutely nothing other than that we're like, what is it? Masochists. Masochists. That's it. If they're not UV shielding, honestly, like, I agree with you 100%, but I never see any that aren't UV shielding. Like, I don't know if you see those anywhere. Let me know and let chat know. I don't see them. I've done a shit ton of road trips, and even when I look in gas stations, they all have a little sticker, the certified UV whatever on them. It seems like that's kind of, like, it's so cheap to make. Maybe everybody does it, but I could be totally wrong. Obviously, if you have prescription glasses that your doctor did not put UV in, UV protection, those are not doing it. check statute of limitations, was giving out recipes for Molotovs. It's why I signed up for Twitter in the first place. No shit. Dude. I don't know what to say about it, really. Like, yeah. I don't encourage violence. However, I like the idea of people just dismantling all the military equipment and, like, leaving it. You know? That's kind of funny. Like, to see a bunch of mean Russian guys get in a tank and try to drive off and it just, like, falls apart. And they're just sitting on their asses. That sounds funny to me. I don't know if that's possible, but I would giggle. A lot. Is that weird? Should I not? It is? Okay, good. Hello, goddess. How are you, love? Thank you. It's growing out a lot, but I'm trying to do my best with the getting it the fuck out of my eyes. It's because most of the tactics are for creating confusion or sabotaging the tanks, so they're useless. I kind of like that. Like, I like dismantling violence. I agree with that. Gamers, yes. What Gamers said is, yes, we should encourage people to have the knowledge and tactics necessary to stand up to totalitarian and fascist states. 100% agree. What I worry is that it gets in the wrong hands and they use it back. And, like, you know, Reddit and Twitter are a pretty open forum where everybody can look. I don't know. It seems like an open place to talk about it. That's the only place I see. I love the idea of people knowing how to protect themselves because at this point, what else do you do? Like, Russia is so... Putin, I should say, is insane. The poor Russian people. There's a vast majority of the Russian people who do not support this at all. I keep reiterating that, but just so everyone knows, we can't villainize an entire country for their leader's psychosis. Oh, really, Mickey? I mean, that's good. I hope they stay safe. Yeah, I don't want people to be, like, reckless when taking this advice and stuff. I hope they take it very seriously and they do protect themselves because I don't know what else. I mean, I would do the same. Hi, Rod. How are you, love? Ukrainians have been taking down street signs to cause confusion, so they're more likely to get lost. See, I think that's fucking... It's kind of like hilarious warfare. I don't know how to put it. That's funny warfare. It's like to watch them go in a circle for 10 hours would be funny. That's funny. As long as it doesn't result in, like, even worse shit, like just anger and bombs or something. Like, that's hilarious. I'm all for it. I'm all for dismantling shit and, like, no more of that, bitch. I don't like violence. I don't like murder in the name of anything. All my Second Amendment friends are making the argument this is why they have guns. Of course they are. Of course they are. Duh. In our country, when a children's school gets shot up, the Second Amendment bitches are like, you know what? If teachers had guns, this would never happen. Instead of, holy shit, I'm so sorry your children were shot up by a psycho. I wish that person had received help. Like, come on. America's cracked. Our priorities are... And by our, I mean the great populace. I know you guys are decent humans. You have to be if you can handle me for any amount of time because I flap my jaws. Oh. No regard. Erica, I've heard a lot of the army didn't. I've heard a lot of the army has been imprisoned in the last 24 hours for putting their guns down and stepping away, and or they've literally fled to the Ukraine, or to Ukraine, excuse me. It is not the Ukraine. We confirm that. It is Ukraine. They've literally put their guns down and said, I thought this was a fucking drill, and left. But there's always going to be a population who, you know, I don't know why they are okay with it. I don't know. I have no idea. I assume they've been hurt, and they have a lot of hurt in their heart. It's total mobilization. Sick. Bill Hicks joke? Oh, what is it? Is it good? I love Bill Hicks. He's funny. If someone had guns, every time there's been armed security at school shooting, and there's been several, the armed security ran. I think I've read that as well. Violence begets violence. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody going to a gunfight wins. Nobody going to a war wins. War just determines who the fuck had more weapons. None of it's good. I don't, like... I love a violent video game. Like, I love having a good wrestle with a friend. But the murder for what I none of it. None of it. We've seen it over and over and over in history. Never turns out good. Ever. There's never a good outcome other than the Civil War and, ending slavery, i.e., the start of prisons and slave labor within them. So again, I'm going to say there's no good outcome to any war. Period. Like, it's just slaughter. And it's, always people who are just innocent, everyday folks going about their business who are the ones slaughtered. It's never the fuck on top. Is this the Bill Hicks? Oh, thank you. Can we watch this? Will I get in trouble? It's only a minute. What do you guys think? A real badass move would be for Ukraine to offer a refugee for Russian military that don't feel like fighting their neighbor and welcome them. I think they have openly said that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of the leaders, if not the president, said, you can come to your family in the Ukraine. I think, but I don't know that for sure. Just give all the kids guns, right? I mean, seriously though. Do you remember? This was maybe a year ago. We watched the clip when they passed the law. So if you're 18 or older, you can open carry a semi-automatic weapon in Texas. A bunch of college students wanted to fight ridiculous with ridiculous. So they all tied 3-foot dildos to their backpacks and brandished enormous dildos. And cops were called and they arrested all the kids with big dildos and left all the kids walking around with AKs, walking around the campus of a college with AK-47s or whatever they are. Correct me. I don't know the gun names. The semi-automatic creepy one. And they interviewed the chief of police or whoever was the guy in charge of all the military, the cops that showed up. And he said that these kids are just not mature enough for the image that those dildos represent. And the reporter goes, but they're old enough to murder? And he goes, mm-hmm. Oh. But that makes sense for America, right? Like, we'd rather show a beheading than, a nipple. America! That's my new America song. They ban realistic sex toys. Do they really? Like the whole, the state as a whole? You can't even get them? Like at a sex shop? Sexual stuff is scary adult stuff. Guns, murder, and torture is kid stuff, right though? Adults can watch porn, but kids can watch action movies. I just have a hang up about it a little bit. But you watch the new movie Encanto. No, not Encanto. What was the one I watched? Was it Encanto? No, it wasn't that one I'm talking about. I don't know. Some new animated movie on Disney or otherwise. And the kids were all talking about how their parents were dead and murdered. They kept saying they were murdered. But none of the family could talk about how kids are made. It was always a magical flower birthed a child or something in a song. And I just was thinking to myself, this is a Disney movie. It's just weird. I don't know. I'd rather my kids see a nipple than murder. Nipples, inherently were designed to feed children, are just fun to play with on the side. Mongolia taking the piss out of their government? Stop it. So, after Putin's speech, the Mongolian government came up with a reaction demanding the restoration of Russian borders according to the map of the Mongolian Empire of the 13th century. Go fuck yourself. This is real, right? Someone actually posted this because that's gorgeous. Oh, that's amazing. Stop it. Tell me that's real. Oh, it's so good. Furry sex toy makers, it's free real estate, BB. You can carry an AK to a school who had a shooting so deadly it's the origin, right? Yeah, the origin of the phrase climb a clock tower, but dildos that look like actual dicks are illegal and arrestable. These kids, I think, got a record for brandishing a dick, which, arguably half the population is born with some form of, but they're icky. Dicks, slits, and nips. Fuck them. But make babies. I know I love saying brandishing a dick. Someday I will brandish a dick. Not a real one. That would be just horrific. But, you know, I'll do it. Someday. Tactical shitposting. Oh my god. I was talking about that earlier today. Like, I saw the Russia was trying to tactically shitpost back by posting pictures of, like, a screenshot of the game Arma or screenshots from the movie Independence Day. It was ineffective, mildly funny, and terrible. Because some people thought they were real pictures and were like retweeting them, like, "Oh my god, look at pray for Ukraine," and it was like literally a spaceship blasting a laser through the White House. These were Americans who retweeted them, by the way. Just an FYI, MAGA Americans. It said it in their Twitter profile. I'm not just profiling it. They like it. They're into it. That's what I'm gonna call it when I'm butt naked in front of my future partner. Please do. Oh my god. And please report back and tell me how it went, because that is fucking funny. Dude, Aquarion, it's so bizarre. Like, when you're a kid and you... Like, I had so many siblings. We were always running around naked in the backyard in sprinklers. Like, we took baths together, not in creepy ways, but like when you were all the same age and really young, kids all looked the same. Like, we had no idea what we were, what our sexuality was. Like, we would swim in the lake and shit. But like, you cross this threshold and suddenly it's all dirty. And I think that's what fucks us up. It all goes from being very innocent and normal to icky, because suddenly you can make a baby, which is like arguably the most beautiful and natural process a human can go through. I don't know. It's very weird. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Zelensky will have a personal cunt. Oh, what did he do? What happened? Oh my god. What happened? There was a woman on Twitter who asked why we don't just airlift all the Ukrainian citizens out. Stop it. And just give Russia the land. Well, fuck me sideways if she doesn't have a great point. What an idea. Great. Perfect. Hired. I think I just blacked out. What happened? He's on the front lines. Oh, I hope he stays safe. I hope this isn't like a gladiator situation. Of Neville Chamberlain. Have you seen a Kennedy? I've heard some shit. Shame is a landfill of emotions. You're born without any, and over time, people throw concepts of shame into your land. That's so real. So real. I'm so glad my parents didn't do that to me. Like, every parent's gonna fuck their kids up. I think that's just inevitable. Like, it just happens. You're always gonna try to be better than your parents, but you always inevitably kind of fuck your kids up. Because you're a human and shit happens to you and shit happens. But I never was shamed. Like, my mom and dad were like, so not body positive, not like overly like, you're beautiful the way you are, but just like, like, there's penises and vaginas. And my mom would literally, when I was very little, I remember her explaining, like, sometimes, you know, little girl, little boy gets mixed, and that's just nature, and it happens, and they're still human beings, and we love them. And I was like, okay. And I learned very early on not to give a fuck about people's genitals unless I wanted to put my mouth on them, in which case I was quite interested. But I firmly believe that's the only time you should ever be interested. Unless you're like a gynecologist or a proctologist, you know, checking out some jennies because they're fucked. In which case, be interested. You know, outliers. Someone responded, okay, then we airlift all the Americans out of the U.S. and give the land back to the Native Americans. I mean, they'd have to cut me up into like 7 pieces to put me back where I think well, I don't, I'm down. I mean, I think they deserve it back. Take it. Take it. It was so stolen. Like, I read the history of Colorado when I moved here and immediately regretted moving here. Stolen. So much murder. Maybe don't shout, be interested in my genitals at your gynecologist. Maybe don't. Maybe. Unless it's your significant other, in which case that'd be funny. Make sure there's patients in both rooms next to you. My favorite suggestion was to give Putin an NFT of Ukraine so he can say he owns it, and the people who live there can just go about their business. That's so much funnier because I know what an NFT is now. It concluded with, I don't know how NFTs work, and someone responded, that's exactly how NFTs work. Yep. Show me your genitals. Your genitals. God damn it. John LaJoy. You know, almost every morning in the shower I sing, have you ever been so high? I don't know why. I just wake up with it in my head. Hi, Sean. How are you, love? That's a cute cat emote. I like it. When my sister was little, she had a habit of stripping naked when she had the chance. We were all like that. All me and my siblings, like, terrible. Like, a dress on any me or my sisters lasted maybe the first hour of whatever party we're going to, and then you just see us running around with, like, the nylon tights, like, to our waist, nothing else, like, just sprinting through the yard. Because you can't move in that shit. And all my cousins were boys, so they didn't have to wear any of that stuff. So if we started, like, fucking around and they beat on me, I'd fucking get ready and beat them back. All the time. My sister, she was notorious for just ending up naked at family functions when she was a little baby, a little toddler. It was hilarious. You just hear her diaper crinkle and she'd be behind you with nothing on, mystically. It was hilarious, though. Kids are funny. People want to be naked. We just, like, learn to adjust to clothes. Charlie. Hello, love. Ireland would take me? I don't know, man. I hope. I'm like, what? Third generation? I think that's too far off. I don't think they like me anymore. I would try my bestest, though. I'd be like, my Nana convinced me I was 100%. I only found out I wasn't, like, 5 years ago. Help. They were like mail order Catholic brides. I don't know if that counts. I don't know. I don't know, like, when their citizenship officially actually started, like, between my grandma and my Nana and stuff. Because it's such a fucky story. Like, my great-grandmother was, like, shipped over as a mail-order bride via the Catholic Church from Cork, Ireland, County Cork, somewhere in there. And her husband here, and it's because it's, like, within the Catholic system. It's not, like, above board. It wasn't, like, a legal come over through Ellis Island kind of thing. So there's, like, no, docking of a boat record of her. So I don't know when her citizenship starts. And then what happened was, so my grandfather knocked her up like 6 times within 6 years and then deserted her and left her. So my great grandma had to work as a maid in a house, and all my great aunts and uncles and my Nana were raised in a Irish Catholic orphanage for Irish orphans. So I don't even know. Like, I have no fucking idea if they even had citizenship until my Nana, like, got married to an American person. I have no clue. No idea how above board that is with Catholic shit. Yeah, it's like usually like homeless kids whose parents died on the boats or something coming over when they shouldn't have. Shit like that. Like, my Nana had some fucking horror stories. Wonder why you all ended up in therapy jail. Dude, word. Speaking of tatas, in Swedish, bra means good and fart means speed. Bra fart means good speed. That is fucking funny, though. I love that. That's hilarious. That's beautiful. Literally apply for a passport. If you have an Irish grandparent, you can qualify. Well, I have my escape plan. That's my, like, only, like, lineage I have actual, like, roots to. All of it. The rest, my grandpa's side and my dad's side were, like, the Jews who escaped and pretended not to be Jewish. So we have no idea. Like, there's no real records of them. We have no clue. My whole family, like, name and history only starts, like, 100, less than 100 years ago. Because they changed it. weird. It's almost like you'll do anything to save your children from being murdered for who they are. Texas, stop it. Irish, I'm not shitting on Irish. I would never. I would shit on the Catholic part, though. They fucked. I mean, my Nana had some horrible stories about being beaten by nuns and stuff. They weren't very nice. I don't know why the nuns were so evil, but they were not kind. I did my family tree several years ago, and my family goes back to America before there was a United States. Oh, shit. I was unable to find any obvious embarrassments. Only Union soldiers, no slave owners. That's dope, though. That's honestly, like, when I did my Ancestry.com, like, genealogy, and then you could link it to a tree and do it, I was like, thank fucking Satan, hallelujah, my family was fresh off the boat. Because when I lived on the East Coast, like, families will brag about coming off the Mayflower or something, and I'm like, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I mean, I definitely have a few Catholic kinks here and there. I don't want to be beaten by a nun, but maybe dress up like a nun and beat someone. I don't know. We'll see where the life takes us. No, my Nana had horrible stories. They were just like the poorest places to send kids that didn't have anywhere else to go. It was terrible. A bunch of her, like, I'm trying to think. My Nana had 4 siblings, but I think 3 of them overdosed before they were like 30. And this was back in like the 20s, you know, like when that was not common, but they were fucked up. Like, it was fuckery. No, you're right, Sean, though. You're right. Irish passport's actually a good one to have. When Brexit happened, a lot of people in UK who qualified applied for Irish passports because it's still part of the EU. No shit. It just sounds like a lot of effort. Like, it's a good idea. I'm not denying that. It's a good idea as an American to have an escape plan because our country is just not going up anymore. It sounds like a lot of effort. I have no idea where I would find, like, my Nana's information. Like, how would I prove she was Irish? Her story is the day she turned 18, my grandpa drove up to the orphanage on a motorcycle, picked her up, they got married, and that was that. That's the story I have, so I have no clue. My family's off the Mayflower, so they were kicked off the famously permissive Holland for being assholes. Oh, shit. History buff, dude. My sister has a degree in history. I don't know if she got a major or a minor, but dude, she knows all about that stuff. She enlightened me. It ain't just the Mayflower, the Maria, and the Santa fuck your mom. It was more. So much more. Oh my God, Sean, have you seen this shit about, like, Trump, like, infamously would tear official White House documents in half and try to flush them down a toilet, and he plugged a toilet with them? I mean, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I can't make this up. It's real. It's crazy, but it's real. I know. Stop. I have to read this out loud. Gamer said, Trump clogged toilets with documents made of paper. I added that myself. In a house that has 28 fireplaces. It's just so good, though. Oh my God. It's beautiful. It's like poetry. Metalhead, welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. Thank you so much for that follow. Of a nun dominating Jesus, you know Jesus wants that. Come on, latex nun standing over Jesus with like a crown of thorns whip. It wouldn't quite make the same sound. It'd probably make like crinkly, tinkly sound, but it'd be dope. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. Thank you for that follow. right? I don't think Jesus has gotten any action in a while. Everybody was like, ooh, virgin, creepy. And he was like, the fuck, dude, who started this rumor? He's probably into some kinky shit. I'm just saying. Utah might have a chance to keep the other side of times instead. What do you mean? Wait. Oh, those in Colorado might get to vote on a bill in November to keep the winter times where it'd be 4:30 a.m. sunrise and 7:30 p.m. sunset all year long. What does that even mean? Are they trying to get rid of daylight savings time, basically? Is that like fancy language? Insert Vermonter joke about you're not a real Vermonter unless your family has been here for checks clock 5 generations. I don't know. Dude, I'm saying Adam, same. Like, he literally surrounded himself with human beings who knew how to make him come in under 60 seconds. For a reason, man was busy. His entire family was trying to throw him off a cliff for saying, love thy neighbor. They shouldn't have time to teach virgins what's up. Under the table while he's breaking bread. Get it out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Relax. Ready to walk on water, whatever. Hello, Snooty. How are you? Welcome. I'm good. Daylight savings is stupid. I mean, 100%. I can't see one good thing about daylight savings anymore. It's so dumb. I would vote to eliminate that so fast. It is the dumbest. I mean, why? Stop it. People might have weird sex when living in a desert region full of nomadic tribes, right? When you come from a place where there's not a lot of things to do, you make up shit to do. Thank you, Snooty, for the follow. Welcome. Maybe Jesus was a virgin because he had a hardcore denial fetish. I don't think he was a virgin. I think that boy got his knob fucking slobbed. Hydrate before you die. Straight. Or whatever else rhymes with 8. Yes, they will. Meebo, you silly fuck. You scared me. Thank you for the biddies. Remember that time Moses parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade? You know what I learned from reading the entire Bible on stream? Moses was a dick. End of story. A lot of fucking writing that just Moses was a dick. That's it. Oh, really? It failed to pass the bill. Why? Like the people didn't vote for it? Interesting. I wonder why anyone would want daylight savings time. It's one of the worst books I've ever read. Like, not judging it on any other standing other than it's terribly written. It's the exact same story told 3 different times by 3 different people that just embellish on different parts depending on what their means were to an end. And then, love and God are not mentioned on the same page, let alone in the same sentence, until 17 pages before the end of the Bible. And nobody likes Jesus. Having been raised very Catholic, I feel lied to. Heavily. Also, there's like a page about horse cum and donkey cocks. People swear on this book to get married and go to jail and stand in a court, and it literally has a very explicit line about the load size of a person being the size of a horse load or something. It's wild. Thank you. I did my hair myself. Dude, to carry on, like, one of the craziest things that I didn't already know that I hadn't like looked at or researched on my own about Catholicism and religion in general was that the word Satan literally translates to the questioner or he who questions, because at the more beginning of the Bible, he shows up and tells a dude like, maybe you should question the voice in the sky before you like slaughter your herd of sheep, because maybe you're hearing voices. And the voice in the sky is like, that's the worst person you've ever talked to in your life. Don't ever talk to that person again. Don't do it. How dare you? Don't question me. Don't question me. Now you die. That's it. And then like way towards the end, suddenly it's a monster with like what is it, 11 heads and 13 crowns or something, like a fucking hydra in the ocean, and it's Lucifer. But there's no like correlation or connection. It's just whichever author at the time wanted to interpret something different and make it scary. It's literally just like whatever part of the story they wanted to inflect to like make fear happen at that point in time. That's, where the story really picks up. Horse cum could make a good swear too. I don't ever want to put a negative like connotation on coming. Coming is fun, usually. Should be. It makes more money for energy companies. I believe that. Dude, for real. I mean, he's just a dick. Like at one point Moses went to the top of a hill and was like, if anyone touches this hill, you die. But he said God like smited them with lightning. He just had soldiers like slaughter anyone who touched his hill so he could like sit on it for a while. Dude, for real gamers, right? Is it between 3? I remember the first and the monster, but I don't remember another one. But seriously, bad book. Not gonna read it again. I'm good. I'm good. It just was not fun to read. I mean, until you got to like some crazy line about horse cum, and then you were like, what? No shame on religion, by the way. Recovering Catholic. I'm just gonna shame my own because been there, done that. Ate the cookie. Healing. Slowly. Hail Satan. On that note, I need to go figure out dinner or something because I haven't eaten today, and I just realized it is late. But I gotta find someone cool for me to host. Hold on. Also, this is... Yeah. Yep. Hold on. We're definitely gonna cheers. I saved my bowl for this Fiata. Hold up. I've got it. I have a very pretty bowl. Gamers, so you know what I did? There is a really good companion book to go along with the Bible. It's called, oh my God, what was it called? Ken's Guide to the Bible. And what it does is it walks you through the Bible and tells you where those chunks are and how to get, like, where to go to skip them. So I did not, I did read a couple of them just to show chat what they were. Like, I would be like, the beget of the begotten of the blah, 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 blah. Like, I would read like one, I don't know if they call them a paragraph or whatever of just the names, the begotten of the whatever, just to show chat what the fuck they were. But this book would tell you how to get around those, but still read the story, not skip entire chapters or something. It was so helpful. Ken's Guide to the Bible, and it's quite funny. Erica, of course, thank you always for coming and hanging out with me. I cherish you guys. You guys, I learn so much from you every day. It's crazy. Then there's that whole bit where the dude throws his daughter to a rapey horde to save some angels. Then there's that whole part where, like, a king rapes a princess and then circumcises his entire city so he can marry the raped princess. And then the day after they all cut the ends of their peepees off, the king of the raped princess burns their city to the ground because none of them can fight because their peepees are bleeding off. And then it becomes a sacrament. No shame on your peepees. They're beautiful. Just the way they are. But, like, why? I don't know. Brains are crazy. You guys are also crazy, but in a good way. In a fun way. Sometimes logical way. And sometimes illogical in the most fun way, to be completely honest with you. The bleeding pee-pee sacrament. I'm saying. It was, like, originally designed as a trick to take down an entire city because their ruler raped a princess. And then halfway through the Bible, it's, like, suddenly a sacrament. I don't know where the transition happened, but it happened in there somewhere. It's probably a very boring part I skipped. Oops. Oh my God. I keep saying Zoe needs to write a book. Zoe is a fucking poet. She has a way with words, and she's fucking clever. Like, come the fuck on. Are you kidding me? Stop it. This is all I have to do and say. I shouldn't have to say anything. Like, it's just... The horse cum, but the horse cum is so at the end, and it's in the chapter of Ezekiel, and Ezekiel's kind of a dick in the Bible, like, in general. It's pretty close to Saul, I think, and Saul was terrible. Saul's the one that's like, your hair is your only glory, you know, wear a hat or get beaten by your husband. Just sucks. But then he's like, you know, horse cocks and shit. It's very confusing. There's so much like shame and then dirty, dirty bestiality shit. And then like shame and then like Pain Olympics and then shame. It's very, very conflicting. I can see how, you know, one can feel overwhelmed when consuming such a book. God is also like, I'm gonna take this tree and fruit that you like totally can't eat because I said so, and you don't know good or evil. So, like, how do you know it's not a great idea to do it anyways? Ooh, ooh. I know, right? And then when they both do it, like, blame it on the bitch. I blame it on the bitch. Every time. If your penis is not detachable, please do not use a knife. Use a therapist. Oh, that should be a bumper sticker. That should be a bumper sticker. All right. I have found one of my good old buddies from the Twitch sphere. You probably know this person. I'm gonna host their channel. If you don't know them, like, say hi. Arguably one of the most awkwardly tall and interesting Canadians I've ever met in my life. Also, my brother from another mother. So, like, if there's a yin and a yang to Canada and America, I'm the bad one. This is the better one. Not perfect, but like better. And you just have to get to know them. Let's see if the buttons on my dashboard work because they weren't working yesterday. Maybe they'll work today. We'll see. You think? Who else would it be? Like, don't take the easy route. I want to know who else that could be. I'm just curious. I just typed my own name. Stop it. Neurosis much, Katie. Neurosis. All right. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and being awesome people and contributing to, you know, what could potentially be a stupidly controversial conversation to have in an open forum on the internet, but somehow we like keep it real. I didn't ban anyone today. Like, we just kept it fucking real. Where else in the world can that fucking happen? I'm so grateful for you guys. I will never take you for granted. Ever. And I'll see you tomorrow. It's Sunday. I had to think. I was like, what fucking day is it? It's Saturday. Tomorrow's Sunday. I will see you tomorrow. And hopefully we will get better bandwidth because someone won't be downloading games all day. I love you guys. Peace out.